that point, but right now we are not. We have to be better.
No short words have been spoken, but Devin, you said it at the top of the show. Like, we're used to, Cincinnati, slow starts. You don't want to hear that anymore.
Everybody's been saying this is a National Football League. You don't just start slow and think you just roll on teams. These are good football teams. They played Baltimore, a division opponent. They were ready to go. They finished better than Cincinnati, and it shows up week after week for them.
No doubt the quarterbacks are there ridiculous, but what happened to the AFC North? It used to be about defense, and I'm real concerned about both Baltimore's defense and Cincinnati's defense in these games. These guys want to get back in it and stay in it. They got to shore themselves up on that side of the ball.
Yeah, and some people trying to make business decisions when you got Derrick Henry coming at you. You know what I mean? And Mike, you spoke to Derrick after the game.
And he's the fifth player in NFL history to have 10,000 rushing yards and 100 scrimmage touchdowns in his first 125 games. The other four, Jim Brown, Emmitt Smith, LaDainian Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson. When I asked Derrick Henry if he knew the names, he rattled every one of them off. He said it's a dream come true to be mentioned along with them. He knew those names. He didn't know he was being chased on that overtime run, and he insists, he was defiant. He would not have been caught if he had known that guy was behind when he was scoring the touchdown. They were only going to explain it.
Do we agree?
We got no reason not to believe the guy. He has 99-yard touchdowns in his bag. So I agree, Jonathan.
Yeah, he scored on the opening drive, so we ride with you. All right, one last highlight. And given that it was in London this morning, we're going to do a little differently. Here's the Jets Vikings. Played out with some British player.
We've got a good one. The Vikings are leading behind the early season brilliance of Sam Darnold. We are good to go, Craig, here. Picked off by Ben Gibble. Aaron Rodgers picks up the London, and they lose it here. Rodgers over the middle, he's intercepted again, and this Jets offense is falling apart. Welcome to control chaos. There's the pressure, there's the set, and they won't get it. My God, what's going to be unfelt? That's a Jet touchdown. Vikings ball. A cacophony of noise and something. And Minnesota's Vikings are going to go to Buffalo. So near, yet so far for Rodgers. 3 interceptions on the day for number 8. And look at the face of number 2 for Minnesota, Stephon Gilmore, the London hero.
Yes, it was just so far. You know, something like London at all. Absolutely not. But the number I want you guys to see, that he was sacked 5 times and hit 14 times. I mean, Chris, what do you see from Aaron Rodgers in this performance?
Well, a little bit concerning as far as the Jets don't motion because Aaron Rodgers doesn't like that. They don't shift. So there's issues there as well. They lack a little creativity. They're predictable on offense. They threw the ball
Football.
times today.
What a weekend of football. And now coming up next, we'll have Sunday Night Football with Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So thanks for tuning in and watching. As we'll get into college football from this first weekend in October, along with what happened in the NFL on Thursday night in an overtime game and everything earlier this afternoon, as now we'll start primetime in the Steel City with the Black and Gold hosting America's team, the Dallas Cowboys. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live play. Watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm host Encyclopedia Sports. Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification button next to it as well. Stay up to date. Thumbs up button for the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. Be sure to share and also scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already, as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code LUKE, that's LUKE123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts, CheapThrifts, CheapThrifts for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. So when you go check that out, if that doesn't interest you, well, you might as well be what the title says. And as mentioned, be sure to also scan the QR code behind me. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As we're about 15-20 minutes away from kickoff, Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium, in the 4-1-2 for Sunday Night Football on NBC with Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. So, like I said, what a weekend of football. We're going to cap it off tonight with SNF. Obviously, Monday Night Football still to come tomorrow night with the Saints and Chiefs, and we'll preview that along with a recap of everything that's already happened. But obviously, to start off with, mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be Cowboys. Plain and simple, end of story. So here we go, Steelers, here we go. The story goes with the Dallas Cowboys being America's team. The NFL wanted the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers to be America's team. But the Rooneys and just the Steeler organization in general declined that offer and said, we're not America's team, we're the Pittsburgh Steelers. So then that moniker obviously got shifted a little further southwest to the Lone Star State to the Dallas Cowboys, and they've been America's team ever since. But obviously whether that story is true or not, who really knows? But obviously a rich history with these two franchises. 11 total Super Bowls, Pittsburgh with 6, the Cowboys with the other 5. They've met in 3 Super Bowls, Pittsburgh winning 2 of those 3 in 10 and 13, as they are celebrating 50 years of their first Super Bowl win, Super Bowl 9, against the Vikings a year prior. Obviously beat the Rams at the end of the 79 season as well. But then Dallas beat Pittsburgh in Super Bowl 30, 95-96 season. But the all-time series overall, whether that's, in the regular season, in the big game, the Super Bowl, obviously they only meet once every 4 years, and then they'll rotate home and home, as Pittsburgh technically hasn't won at home against Dallas Cowboys since 2008, but because of that, every 4 years, and then, home and home, that's obviously why, but still, it's been a while. But the Cowboys lead the all-time series 17-16, so see if they can tie that up this evening. But yeah, just a lot of history. And you're either a fan of one of the teams, or you're a fan of somebody else, obviously, in the NFL. Obviously, these franchises, the teams, from the coaches, the players, the fans more so than not, I don't want to sort of say hate each other, but they hate each other, bragging rights, if you will. Oh, well, we're better than you. So, see what happens here tonight. But yeah, 11 total Super Bowls, 6 and 5 for the Steelers and Cowboys respectively, 2-1 head-to-head in those games, 17-16 all-time. Dallas leads. But yeah, the Steelers haven't won at home against the Dallas Cowboys since 2008. Like I said, obviously they only play once every 4 years, and then they rotate home and home, but still. And then here we are in Sunday Night Football, as this is the first meeting between the two teams since November of 2020. So I guess every 4 years, when there's an election, you can mark it down that season. The Pittsburgh Steelers and Dallas Cowboys are going to play. Now, obviously, moving forward with the extended schedule, extended season being expanded from the 16 games in 17 weeks, now 17 games in 18 weeks. Yeah, obviously, they could be that add-in game. But this is the first primetime matchup with these two since 1982, which is a little hard to believe. But every meeting, I might add, since the millennium in 2000 has been decided by one score. So I would expect the same tonight. It's probably going to be your typical Steeler game, down to the wire finish, 11:30 this evening, and we're still yelling and screaming on our TVs, keeping everybody up in the house. But yeah, just as rain might be a factor as well, I might add, there are thunderstorms going to be rolling in. So say the weatherman, but it just has that feeling it's going to be, typical Pittsburgh Steeler football. Whether that's a slow start, hoping obviously for a, fast start tonight compared to last week because time ran out on them, even though they still had chances. And now, obviously, Cowboys Steelers and a weather delay because of that rain. And they show the radar. So we're not going to be kicking off here for quite a while, it seems like. Yeah, that's a little bit of a bummer. So we're not going to be kicking off in about 15, 20 minutes or so. We're going to have to wait at least a half hour per lightning strike. So, talk about old school football, these two. The new school age of safety, has halted the start of this game. It's like, honestly, just let them go out and fucking play. But just the way it is. Pittsburgh had a weather delay last year at home as well against the Cardinals. Obviously, they lost then. They lost to the Colts last week. Now they're playing another C team, the Cowboys. So we'll see how big this storm is. And obviously, I'm no weatherman, but if it's fast moving, maybe we'll kick off within a half hour, an hour or so. I don't know. It's just going to give us some more time to recap a wild weekend in football. Something that we would have been doing just throughout the game as we normally do. From the commercial breaks. More so starting at halftime and into the second half. So they're just going to continue to show off some highlights. This is obviously the only game on. It's Sunday football. It's not there's other games on at 1 o'clock or 4 o'clock right now. So I think that's the big thing about primetime football, especially in the NFL. It's literally the only game on unless there's a doubleheader. And I hear thunder. So, yeah. From that radar, it was moving from Ohio into Pennsylvania and from western to central, whole way across the state. So, obviously, if I have any technical difficulties, whether that be a power outage, Wi-Fi with internet, buffer, disconnect, reconnect, whatever it may be, it's going to be because of the weather tonight, FYI. But obviously, knock on wood, hopefully not. But we're just going to have to sit back and now play the waiting game with this weather delay, lightning delay, with the Cowboys and Steelers on Sunday Night Football. Now, they'll play tonight. It's going to stop at some point in time. Because we knew it was going to rain this evening. Now, if this game was played earlier today, they would have already got it in, obviously, because it wasn't raining then. Like, it's just now starting, so obviously came from weather when they announced, whether, it was going to do it or not. It's been raining a lot, though, lately in PA. It has a good 2 weeks worth the past 2 weeks. And then it was nice Friday and Saturday, and then nice again today, but now rain, and then it's supposed to be nice again all this week and next week, too. As obviously fall's in the air. It's finally starting to feel like football weather. So they're going to give it the home team picks. And mostly everybody, along with America, against America's team, is picking the black and gold tonight against the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, here we go Steelers, but obviously when the Cowboys lose, America also wins, as we know. So, no, but like I said, rain might be a factor. Just didn't know when it was going to, and then it starts right before kickoff here. So then they have it in delay, and kickoff's been postponed until further notice. And like I said, it's always a half hour per lightning strike within a certain radius of like 8 to 10 miles. So yeah, Cowboys at Steelers on Sunday Football, currently in a weather delay. So we'll see, obviously, when we'll kick off, but because we should be kicking off within the next couple minutes, but it's not going to be the next couple minutes. It's going to be more than that. Because it's about quarter after, and what can we do, though? We just got to sit and wait, play the waiting game, just like all the fans in the stands and attendance, all the coaches and players coaching and playing in this game. So they're going to still send it from, the studio to, oh shit, yeah. That didn't look good. But to the stadium and to the booth, and they're gonna just wing it and play it by ear. We'll see what happens. It might be a short delay, it might be a long delay. Obviously, like I said, they'll still play tonight because it's going to stop. It's just a matter of when. But then it's what time does this game get over? So we'll be here. We'll sit and wait it out. Just be easier to do that rather than stop the stream and then, start it back up at this point in time. Now, if it's going to be obviously postponed, somehow they play tomorrow at fucking lunchtime or tomorrow night, which, obviously then Disney, ABC, ESPN would be pissed to have 3 consecutive weeks of doubleheaders on Monday night, and this week, one wouldn't be theirs. It'd still be NBC's. I mean, they could have them play at 5, but they'll play tonight. It's just a matter of when. So, like I said, on our end, it just gives us more time to bullshit. So, thanks for tuning in. And we'll get into it for, your typical Steeler game. I guess for the most part now, we're just going to recap and preview, everything this weekend in football. Because we'll get to the Steeler injuries. There's a few. But on the Cowboys side, it's really just Micah Parsons. Lawrence has been out, but Micah Parsons is out tonight after a separate injury last Thursday night against the Giants. So they're playing in primetime on the road for the second consecutive week, and they're on a mini bye. They played last Thursday night at New York, beat Big Blue, and now they come to Pittsburgh, who went to Indy last Sunday and lost to the Colts. So it's a 2-2 Cowboys against the 3-1 Steelers. When we kick off, who knows? But no Carrie Underwood. Yeah. As we have been waiting all day for Sunday, but we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, weather delay. God damn it, just fucking play. It's football. Good God. So, yeah, they show the radar. Getting this as well, so it's just going to be what it is, the way it is. Yeah, we're currently in a weather delay until further notice. Fans in the stadium can remain in their seats, but provide further updates whenever they have them. Yeah. That's lightning. Tarico and Collinsworth in the booth. Yeah. Been nice all day, and now Sunday night storming, and now we're going to have to wait. And yeah, it's Cowboys Steelers on top of it. So, talk about already being juiced up. I'm going to even be more revved up when they do finally officially kick off. But then how do the teams, play with it? I mean, it's not like the game's already kicked off and you have a delay in the middle of the game somewhere longer than a halftime, and then who has momentum? Like, it's still just kicking it off. Yeah, they warmed up. They'll probably have to warm up again a little bit, but yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. I mean, it would have been nice for them to have obviously announced this, a little before, rather than 15 minutes before kickoff. They could have made this. Obviously, they'll wait to see what it's doing, but they could have done something, but obviously not. But what's new? And then we'll probably have a shit ton of fucking penalties tonight, and the rest will try to control the game and extend it by a couple more hours. And so, like I said, this game might get over still by midnight. It might be playing till 3 a.m. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we'll get into details of the game when we're kicking off and throughout the game. I get they're doing what they're doing, but and I'm getting a little sick and tired of the quarterback talk. And we'll get into that. But just hopefully this delay ain't, like I said, very long. Hopefully it's short and sweet. And they can, play within kickoff here soon. I mean, they had the kickoff game with the Ravens and Chiefs to begin the season get delayed because of weather. They've had numerous college football games have weather delays so far this season as well. Just the world we live in now. They're concerned about safety, and rightfully so, but at the same point in time, 8, 10, 15, 20 years plus ago, they'd be out playing in this. The Steelers played in a fucking hurricane, for God's sakes, once. All right? So, all right. They're just going to play it out and watch the weather like all of us. And of course, it's a Steeler game. I've already dealt with a Penn State game and a weather delay this season, so we're one apiece now. Nittany Lions won. Then, hopefully, Pittsburgh wins tonight. So they're just going to continue to show off highlights from earlier. We'll get to a recap and a preview from college football and the NFL momentarily. But just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Yeah. Steelers say, currently in a weather delay until further notice, fans of the stadium can remain, but provide for their updates when available. They're just going to play it out. See what happens. Yeah, the two weather delays at Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium, that I know of. One football game that was last year against the Cardinals, and the other was a Garth Brooks concert about 5 years ago. And just, even with the knowing it was coming and, going to go away eventually, it still hit right, dead on. The concert did, along with this game, when it was supposed to start. Cardinal game last fall, it was, halftime into the second half, and, just had to wait. So, just pisses you off, just makes you mad. There's no need to have the delay, just go and fucking play. I get they're concerned. It's more so the lightning and the rain, because it ain't fucking raining right now. It's just lightning. But then at the same point in time, it's going to rain. So it's only going to get worse. And like I said, any type of difficulties on my end, it's going to be because of the rain. With whether it be, like I said, power outage, internet with Wi-Fi, so on and so forth. Just knock on wood, hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. So, like I said, we'll get into the fine details of Cowboys Steelers. We're repeat ourselves now a couple more times than we normally do here this evening once we get into the game officially. Hopefully, Jerry Jones, I might add, has already arrived via his helicopter before the storm, but maybe he hasn't. I don't know. Don't really care. But yeah, once this game kicks off, though, as always, we'll first have stats and scores. We're going to get into the recap and preview now, though, before. So won't be doing that later like we normally would. We'll get to it now before this game kicks off. And then obviously at the end of the game, whenever that may be, we'll have final stats and scores, see what the difference was, and who's victorious and who's not. But where to begin now? Well, all right. Got Sunday football, Cowboys Steelers, currently in a weather delay this week 5, Sunday, October 6th, 2024. Sunday night. Monday Night Football tomorrow night. You got the Saints and Chiefs. And then teams on a bye or who do not play were the Lions, Titans, Eagles, and Chargers. So if you're wondering why, that's why. But week 5 began on Thursday Night Football, and you had the Falcons beat the Bucks 36-30. Somehow, I don't know how the hell they came back and won that game, but they did. Kirk Cousins threw for over 500 yards, and the Dirty Birds won in overtime. Earlier today, in no particular order, we'll start with the 9:30 game this morning in London. You had the Jets and Vikings across the pond, and Minnesota 5-0 with a 23-17 win against the Jets. And then the Bears beat the Panthers, as remember that trade. And then Carolina has Bryce Young. Chicago has Caleb Williams. Well, the Bears beat Carolina 36-10. Ravens won in overtime at Cincinnati 41-38. As that second half turned into a shootout. And yeah, Baltimore won last Sunday night at home against Buffalo, who also lost again today at Houston 23-20. That was a game-winning field goal game as well. But Baltimore wins in overtime 41-38. Miami went to New England, won 15-10 over the Pats. The Washington Redskins, the football team, Commanders in D.C., Landover, Maryland. They've really come on strong the first month. Beating Cleveland today, 34-13. Jaden Daniels, probably right now an early offensive Rookie of the Year favorite. Had a game-winning field goal in Jacksonville. The Jags beat the Colts, in which the Steelers couldn't do last week, lost by 3 to Indy, 27-24. Colts lose by 3 in Duval, 37-34. Texans, as mentioned, beat the Bills 23-20. And then the 4 o'clock games were all out west. Broncos beat the Raiders 34-18. Pittsburgh goes to Sin City next Sunday afternoon at 4. So we should tune back in live right here on YouTube for those live play watch along reactions. But in the meantime, we still got to kick off this game tonight with the Cowboys and Steelers. With the game's currently in weather delay, so we're just sitting here and waiting. We're just now tuning in. But Broncos beat the Raiders 34-18. Cards beat the Niners also on a game-winning field goal, 24-23. And then the Packers went to LA, beat the Rams 24-19 as Jordan Love returned. And then the Giants ended up winning, even though they're up 23-20. The Seahawks had a chance to tie and force overtime. Field goal was blocked and returned for a touchdown. So Big Blue wins 29-20 in the Pacific Northwest. And then here we have Sunday Night Football. Cowboys Steelers coming up soon, sometime, I don't know when. They don't even know yet. Yeah. very strong lightning, and there's nothing any of us can do about it. So it is what it is. And then, like I said, tomorrow night, Monday Night Football, Saints-Chiefs from Arrowhead, in which should be a good game. Next week in the NFL, week 6, as already we're into October, mid-October, Thursday Night Football, should be a good game from Seattle. Got the Niners and Hawks. Got another London game next Sunday morning as well with the Jags and Bears. So we'll see how that shakes out. Next Sunday at 1, you'll have the Cards and Packers from Lambeau. Colts, Titans. Houston will be in New England. There's, connections, obviously, with those two teams. Bucks, Saints in the NFC South. Philly's going to host Cleveland. So that should be interesting to see how that plays out too. DMV battle with Washington and Baltimore. That's on paper, like right now, the way Washington's played, going to be a damn good game next week. And then at 4 o'clock, obviously, like I said, Steelers, Raiders. So be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube then. You'll have the Chargers and Broncos in the AFC West. A rematch from last season. The Cowboys will host the Lions. So I'll remember that game. Make sure to report eligible. So that should be a good game as well. Falcons, Panthers. And then next Sunday night, before next week on Monday Night Football, even though we still got to kick off tonight on Sunday Night Football, you'll have the Bengals and Giants. And then Monday Night Football next week will be Bills, Jets, and both teams are coming off losses. A couple of them at that rate. And then next week on buys will be the Chiefs, Rams, Dolphins, and Vikings. So Minnesota's at 5-0 going to a bye. Miami won today. They're going to see if Tua is coming back at some point in time, but they're on a bye. Rams just inconsistent. Kansas City still plays tomorrow night, but we know who the Chiefs are. So even though they're battling a lot of injuries, but so is everybody else in the NFL. You're at least banged up if you're not hurt and on the shelf for at least a couple weeks or on IR or done for the season. And it seems like with injuries right now, there's a ton of them because nobody's having 2-a-days anymore. It's basically two-hand touch in practice, flag football, and just resting up. Nobody plays in the preseason, and then it takes a couple weeks to get things going in the regular season before you start to see teams click around this time. And they get momentum late into the middle of the season and then carry that on into the playoffs. And I hope to hoist Lombardi come February. But so that's NFL this week and then a preview for next week. And now college football. Talk about upsets. It was just one of those weekends. You didn't want to be a ranked team, to say the least. As coming in to Saturday, really wasn't that many good games on paper. So you thought maybe, something could happen. But I don't think anybody thought that with what did officially happen yesterday, with as many top 10 and top 25 teams losing, with them actually losing, hey, but that's why they play the games. But, yeah. Thursday night was Texas State beating Troy 38-17. Sam Houston State beat UTEP as well, 41-21. Jacksonville State was only up a few at halftime against Kennesaw State, but won 63-24 with a strong second half. Houston beat TCU 30-19, and then had an overtime game with Syracuse at UNLV. The Orange won by 3, 44-41. And then the Oregon Ducks hosting Michigan State, 31-10 win They're at the home of Nike. They'll host Ohio State now next Saturday night. But yesterday in college football, it was just one of those days. You had number 1 lose. You had number 4 lose. Number 8 almost went down, but they came back. Number 9 lost. Number 10 lost. Number 11 lost. You had Louisville lose at 22. So, what is that? Officially, 1, 2, 3, 4 top 10 teams. And then 1, 2, almost 3, but 3, 4, 5, 6 top 25 teams go down yesterday. And then even, games that didn't have ranked matchups, in their eyes, you had some upsets as well. A couple close games. Been a long weekend in football with everything that's happened. Obviously, you have Thursday night, you have Friday night. We're at that time in the season, I mentioned this yesterday, from now until Thanksgiving, starting this past week, there's at least one football game on every fucking night of the week. So, there you go. But you had... Okay, still in a weather delay, and I guess it is now officially raining. Fans have left their seats. They're still in the concourse, just waiting it out. And it's not like this game's halfway over and the fans are going to either stay or leave. These people are going to end up, staying. It's Cowboys Steelers, for God's sakes. So... just, once again, just got to wait. But, what was I saying? Yeah, college football, NFL today as well, with all the close games, all the upsets. I mean, obviously, thank you, football. We get this during football season. Get it, March Madness with the excitement. I mean, maybe a little bit in some other playoffs and some other, athletics. But, you really only get this from late August, early September to February. Try to stay loose in the locker room. So, food from concession stands. Trying to just keep it as normal as they can. Yeah. What can you do? Yeah, just gotta wait. Yeah, what else can you do? So, cue the Jeopardy music, but longer than 30 seconds. Like, just put that on Never Ending. But once again, what can you do? What can you do? No, but just a long weekend of football on top of all that. But that's just with the excitement, sleep later. And then the Steelers play Sunday night tonight. Yeah, I slept in this morning. That's for damn sure. Because you had college football yesterday, start at noon, as normally does. Normally that late last game, it starts at whether 10, 10:30, maybe 11 o'clock. The latest I've ever been up, watched college football, has been 4 a.m. It was Hawaii, playing at home against, whether it was Army, Navy, Air Force, somebody, military academy, or Mountain West opponent. But that was a few years ago, and I normally do try to at least stay up, when I can, to watch that late game, especially if there's nothing else on, because football season only comes once a year. It's the gift that keeps on giving, you know, week after week after week for months. But yeah, you had, and it's normally like noon to 1:30, maybe 2. The last game last night didn't get over to a good 2:30, quarter to 3, as Miami came back and beat Cal. That's why. Now, if Cal would have just held on and, you know, not blow the lead, and Kane swept the Bears out into the Pacific Ocean, the game would have been over, you know, earlier, obviously, than it finished up. But, and then obviously just be careful what you say on live TV after the game. But, you know, you had, 4 top 10 teams lose, 6 top 25 teams go down. We'll get to the new AP poll as well. That was released earlier today. But we'll just start at the top, work our way down. As Nick Saban had said, in the SEC, everywhere's tough to play except Vanderbilt. Well, in his first year, not at the helm of the Tide, it was high tide, like that new commercial with the Crimson Tide, even though it's Roll Tide, obviously, no shit. They went to Nashville and anchored down for the Vanderbilt Commodores as Vandy stormed the field with them beating number 1 for the first time in program history. Alabama's lost a handful of times, being ranked number 1, first time in a few years. But yeah, they were down at Vandy, came back, but wasn't enough. And after a big win last week, even with rat traps, mouse traps set out last week by Kalen DeVore, you know, don't take poison. They did. And Vandy beat Alabama 40-35 yesterday afternoon. And obviously the fans stormed the field, ripped down the goalpost, and carried it down Broadway and put it in a river. So remember, Tennessee also did the same thing when they beat Alabama a few years back. We clear it, we're good. Technical difficulty, buffer, disconnect, reconnect. Obviously, Steelers hosting the Cowboys on Sunday football and a weather delay. Weather in my area as well, same storm. So like I said earlier, if there is any issues, that's why. But hopefully, knock on wood, that doesn't happen again. But there's number 1. All right, yeah, we're good. And back up and rolling. But as I was saying, just we're recapping college football. We got time to kill. Would be doing this later, but we're gonna get out of the way now, so we can just move on with the game once we do officially kick off, whenever that might be. I still don't know. Hell, they don't even know yet. But just talking about Vanderbilt upsetting Alabama, starting off this recap. Yeah. As Vandy won 40-35 over the Tide, and Alabama now number 7 in the AP total rather than number 1. As they went to Texas A&M a couple years ago, lost on a game-winning field goal at number 1. Went to Tennessee as well. Same thing happened. Goalposts into the river. Yeah, it's a cycle. It repeated itself yesterday. So Vandy with the win over Bama, 40-35. It was Vandy's first win over the Tide since 1984, I might add. So congrats. Ohio State at 3 with Texas off yesterday, ranked 2nd. The Buckeyes hosted Iowa. They'll go to Oregon now this Saturday night. But slow first half, but Ohio State, OHIO, beat Iowa 35-7. Tennessee went to Arkansas. And how about you turn that damn jukebox on? Woo Pig Suey. Be sure to get everyday low prices at Walmart because the Hogs won 19-14 over the Vols. as their defense cracked down and made stops against Tennessee's high-powered offense. 19-14, yeah. I went for two late with a backup quarterback. Didn't get it. But even with that touchdown, which could have been the dagger, because remember earlier in that game, they missed a few kicks. But a win's a win still at the end of the day. They stormed the field as well. Also ripped down the goalpost. SEC fined both Vandy and Arkansas earlier, which is no surprise, but University's going to pay that money out. They don't give a shit. So, yeah. Arkansas with a 19-14 win over Tennessee in the SEC. Stay in the SEC, Deep South's oldest rivalry. Auburn traveled from the plains to behind the hedges at Georgia. 31-13 win for the Dogs. Penn State hosted UCLA in Happy Valley. Thanks to anybody who tuned in and watched those live play-by-play, watch-along reactions yesterday. Be sure to tune back in next weekend as well. Penn State goes to USC. But the Nittany Lions hosted UCLA for the first time since 1967 yesterday. It was the first matchup since 1968. Currently in a weather delay, but now we got some players walking around. Maybe they're going to the locker room. Maybe they're going out to the field. I don't know. The big dog joins us. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? No? Just going to sit there? All right. You do you. Anyways. Yeah, Penn State beat UCLA 27-11 yesterday. So we talked about all that then. Not really going to get into it more, but be sure to tune back in next weekend, as both Penn State and the Pittsburgh Steelers will head out west. Penn State at USC, the Steelers at the Raiders. Talked about that Miami game at Cal in the ACC. This was a non-conference game. Canes beat Cal 39-38 in a 25-point comeback win. Their most in 21 years. So they avoided an upset, as it seemed like everybody else got upset yesterday. I talked about that. Had Missouri lose Texas A&M, blown out by the Aggies 41-10. Washington at home on the water in a national championship game rematch from last year. Beat Michigan in the Big Ten 27-17. So Michigan loses. They're up and down, as is USC, who is ranked 11th. They went to the Twin Cities in the land of 10,000 lakes against the Golden Gophers of Minnesota. And, USC was up somehow, some way. Minnesota got back into the game, had a quarterback sneak late. Rather than, kick it, they went for it, and obviously turned out to be the right decision. And Minnesota also stormed the field last night. 24-17 win for PJ Fleck and his row the boat Sky Umago Gophers of Minnesota, defeating USC and dropping the Trojans out of the top 25. As we thought the Penn State USC game was potentially going to be a top 10 game at the beginning of the season. Obviously, that's why I play the game, though. Remember, USC went to Michigan and lost. Came back home and beat Wisconsin. Now they just went to Minnesota and lost. Now they're hosting Penn State. Hopefully that trend doesn't continue. But you get my point. We'll see how next week goes. But, yeah, just inconsistency, up and down. But Minnesota with a big win. For sure, 24-17 against USC. Ole Miss beat South Carolina 27-3. Clemson went to Florida State, faced not their former quarterback because he didn't play against them, even though Florida State sucked with him and without him, DJU that is. The transfer quarterback from Clemson to Oregon State, now Florida State, might be done for the year. Mike Norvell needs fired. But we'll see what they do in Tallahassee. Obviously they were too worried about not making the playoff last year, being undefeated, and that's all I fucking talked about all off season. And now they only have one win, a month and a half into the year. And that being against Cal somehow, some way, 14-9 recently, because Cal's better than that. But Cal, talk about teams out west traveling east, or teams from the east traveling out west. It's more so like UCLA traveling 22,000 miles this year total. They went to Hawaii. They went to LSU. They went to Penn State. They got to go to Rutgers. They got to go to Nebraska. Obviously, they still got to travel back to Pasadena. But Cal, they played at Auburn a few weeks back. I've been in the late game on a Saturday night, along with them facing Miami last night. But went to Florida State recently. They got to go to Pitt. They'll be playing at Heinz Field Acrisure Stadium next week. Maybe they'll be in a weather delay. Why can't they wait till then to have that rather than tonight? But we're still in a weather delay here with the Cowboys and Steelers on Sunday Night Football. So thanks for tuning in and watching and being patient. But all we can do is sit and watch and wait it out. See what the weather does. But yeah, Clemson beat Florida State 29-13. Iowa State, maybe a favorite right now in the Big 12 because that's wide ass open compared to the start of the year and even a few weeks in. But that's the thing, it's earlier, so a lot of football to be played. But they're unbeaten. They beat Baylor 43-21. They'll go to West Virginia coming up. So that should be a big game for sure because WVU went to Oklahoma State yesterday and beat the Cowboys. Hopefully the Steelers can beat the Cowboys tonight as well. But Boise State, their running back, Ashton Genty, one of the favorites for the Heisman right now, just running all over the place, especially on the blue turf. 62-30 win for the Broncos over Utah State. SMU went to Louisville, beat the Cards, and dropped them from the top 25, 34-27 win as they ponied up with the 7-point victory. Indiana's 6-0, 34-27, or that was SMU Louisville, 34-27 win there. Indiana 41-24 at Northwestern on the lake. Obviously, in Evanston, Ryan Field, stadium's getting redone. So they're playing basically at their practice facility on a makeshift field, for this season and next. They're playing their bigger games at Soldier Field in Chicago. But yeah, Indiana, 41-24 win at Northwestern, stay in the Big Ten. Wisconsin jumped around and jumped all over Purdue, 52-6. Northern Illinois won against UMass, 34-20. Bill O'Brien and Boston College lost at Virginia as he couldn't win in Charlottesville as the Penn State head coach in 2012 and still couldn't win yesterday with BC as they lose to the Cavs 24-14. Pitt went to North Carolina, beat the Tar Heels 34-24. Pitt Panthers still think they're the last unbeaten college football team in the state of Pennsylvania, but I've got some bad news for you there, buddy. We are Penn State. Wake Forest went to NC State, won 34-30. Both Army and Navy are undefeated. And both are undefeated this far at the same point in time into the season since World War II. So we'll see if they, play each other potentially in a conference championship game, and then obviously an Army-Navy, and then hell, maybe even the fucking playoffs 3 weeks in a row against each other or not. But yeah, Navy 34-7 win at Air Force. Army beat Tulsa 49-7. Tulane put up 71 at UAB, 71-20 win against the Flaming Dragons. Western Michigan 45-42 win at Ball State. UConn with a 29-20 win against Temple. Vaught Tech went to Stanford, 31-7 win against the Trees. App State at Marshall, 52-37 win for the Thundering Herd. And the Sun Belt, Toledo and the MAC beat Miami, Ohio, 30-20. Bowling Green beat Akron, 27-20. And then Charlotte beat East Carolina 55-24. Nebraska in another one-score game, but they're on the winning side yesterday, beating Rutgers 14-7. West Virginia, as mentioned, went to Oklahoma State, beat the Pokes 34-14. A double overtime win for Oregon State against Colorado State 39-31. Coastal Carolina beat Old Dominion 45-37. Arkansas State with an 18-16 win at home against South Alabama. James Madison lost, something they haven't done in a while, at Louisiana Monroe 21-19. Louisiana Lafayette won at Southern Miss 23-13. And then San Jose State beat Nevada 35-31. UCF went to the Swamp. Gators chomped the Knights 24-13. Georgia Tech beat Duke, fallen from the unbeaten. Go the Blue Devils, 24-14 win for the Yellow Jackets. Arizona State won last night, 35-31 over Kansas. And then San Diego State with a 27-24 win against the Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii. And Texas Tech, 28-22 win at Arizona in some Big 12 after dark. Not Pac-12 after dark. It's either Big 10 or Big 12 after dark now, because there's no more Pac-12. It's the Pac-2. They're going to get back to it, but, you know, it's not going to be what it once was. And now the rain's really coming down, and obviously we know how the field can get with rain in Pittsburgh, with the Three Rivers, with the Allegheny, the Monongahela, and the Ohio. Here's that Alabama All-State commercial I was on, with them now losing their Vandy and anchor down for the Commodores. And rather than roll tide, it's high tide. High tide, high tide, high tide. And they're like, what the fuck? And then his wife or girlfriend or significant other or, you know, his side bitch or some other fan, whoever the hell that she is telling them it's roll tide, not high tide. So that's another good one that they just rolled out, if you will. Like I said recently, there's been a lot of good commercials, I've thought, since football season started. Obviously, you still have your shitty ones, but there's been more good commercials this football season compared to years past. So, with all that being said, that's a recap with college football from this past weekend, and now we'll preview next week. As obviously, you know, teams on byes. On paper going into the weekend, yeah. Games, and then chaos ensued. It's normally like that. But then, you know, it also seemed like there wasn't as many games yesterday. But now, like I said, too, it's just the time of year, there's going to be at least one football game, high school, college, NFL, on every day of the week, moving forward from now until like the end of the season. And that'll begin for college football on Tuesday. So you'll have Florida International at Liberty. They haven't played in a couple weeks because their game at App State last weekend was officially just flat out canceled because of the hurricane. But they're still unbeaten. They're going to be, you know, in the mix potentially for that 12 seed in the playoff as the highest ranked non-Power 5, Power 4 now, with no more Pac-12. But right now it looks like Boise State's at the front of that pack. But once again, there's still a lot of football to be played. You know, like your season ain't going to be one early or late. It's going to be one throughout the entire season. Whether you're playing good or not early, you better, you know, get on your horse and start riding and get some momentum, and hopefully not playing like shit late, because whoever has that spark later on in the year and is playing their best ball is going to be winning, and good teams find ways to win. So you got Florida International Liberty on Tuesday. Wednesday is New Mexico State, Jacksonville State. Thursday night will be Coastal Carolina, James Madison, along with Middle Tennessee State and Louisiana Tech, and then UTEP, Western Kentucky. On Friday, you'll have Memphis, South Florida, Northwestern Maryland, UNLV, Utah State, and then Utah at Arizona State, which should be good. And that's not a Pac-12 matchup anymore. That's a Big 12 matchup. So that's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Next weekend, college football on Saturday. Alabama will host South Carolina after their loss to Vandy yesterday, so they should be ready to play. Clemson's going to go to Wake Forest in the ACC. Missouri's going to UMass. I said this yesterday. Normally, it'd be the other way around. UMass playing Mizzou. Remember, Mizzou already hosted Boston College. You would have thought the Tigers have been going to Chestnut Hill rather than UMass, take on the Minutemen. Not the other way around, but UMass is hosting Missouri next Saturday. So I'd like to hear the discussion on how that came about, but that's just not a non-conference game that being played where it's being played at that you normally see. Especially fucking mid-October. If so, it's week 1, 2, or 3. Like, what in the hell? Seriously. UW, Husky is going to be taking on the Hawkeyes at noon. So they'll have to get accustomed to the time difference there. Obviously, playing 9 a.m. local kick, potentially 8 a.m. if you want to look at it that way. But coming east, they'll still be in the Midwest. They'll still be on Central Time, even an hour back for a noon game. It's going to be at 11, and then 9 a.m., 8 a.m., so on and so forth. We'll see how they play. That should be a good game. Wisconsin's going to Rutgers. Georgia Tech, North Carolina. Ball State, Kent State. Toledo, Buffalo, UAB, Army. Miami, Ohio, and Eastern Michigan. And then we'll be watching Penn State, USC, so be sure to tune back in once again then for live play watch along reactions. Also next Sunday for mid-afternoon kick, Steelers, Raiders. Just be sure to subscribe. Easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. Links in the description below. Be sure to scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. But we'll have the Red River Rivalry, Texas and Oklahoma at 3:30 as well, with Penn State, USC, Stanford at Notre Dame. Cal's going to be at Pitt. Purdue at Illinois, Louisville, Virginia, Cincinnati Bearcats at UCF, San Diego State and Wyoming, Old Dominion, Georgia State, Akron, Western Michigan, Northern Illinois, Bowling Green, Arizona's going to Provo, take on BYU, Ohio at Central Michigan, Mississippi State will be at Georgia, San Jose State, Colorado State, Southern Miss, Louisiana Monroe, Tennessee hosting Florida, Air Force at New Mexico, Washington State at Fresno State. That'll technically be a Pac-2 game. Both Washington State and Oregon State are playing a lot of Mountain West teams this year, just because there are only 2 teams left in the conference. But Fresno State, among other Mountain West teams, are going to be joining the Pac-12 that's going to be revamped in 2026. So that'll be a future conference matchup, but not this weekend coming up. Arkansas State, Texas State, North Texas, Florida Atlantic. Got UTSA and Rice. And then at 7:30, Ole Miss, LSU in the SEC, but in the Big Ten, Ohio State at Oregon. Oregon State at Nevada. App State, Louisiana, Lafayette. Vandy coming off a big win at home against Alabama. They go to Kentucky, who almost beat Georgia at home, and then Georgia lost to Alabama, and then Alabama lost to Vandy. So domino effect into this game, Vandy and Kentucky. Yeah, West Virginia hosts Iowa State. That should be a good game next Saturday night. It'll be the coal rush for the Mountaineers. Syracuse, NC State. Marshall, Georgia Southern. Minnesota, big win against USC. They'll go to Los Angeles to the Rose Bowl and play UCLA. See if they can do what Indiana did to the Bruins a month ago. Kansas State, Colorado, and then from the islands of Hawaii, the Boise State Broncos will take on the Rainbow Warriors. So, there's a shot. Obviously, it's dark. it's pouring rain, a lot of lightning, but still currently in a weather delay. There's fans waiting it out, getting wet, and what can you do? It's just a little rain. Let's fucking play. It's already 9 o'clock. This game should have kicked off almost an hour ago. But just looks like strobe light. Yeah, they'd be playing in the rain. It's the lightning is what gets you the delay now. That's what, they deal with safety. Obviously, they don't want anybody to get fucking struck by lightning. Whether that be coaches, players wearing helmets, but they don't want fucking sued by any fans. And the stadium, yeah, built out of fucking steel and metal. So, why don't you go outside right now and hold a rod up in the air and come back and tell me how it felt. But just fucking play the game, for God's sakes. Jesus Christ. So, now that's next week in college football. Yeah, I got Boise State, Hawaii next Saturday night. We'll see if they're running all over them then or not. What else we got here? We're killing time, buying time, wasting time. And talked about the NFL already this week. Previewed that as well. College football. I really would like to know what's the latest they're going to kick this game off, if they do play tonight. Which, like I said, I still think they're going to, because I had saw earlier, knowing it was going to rain, as I said earlier too, rain might be a factor. Obviously, it just didn't even kick off yet, so by the time they do kick off, the rain's going to be done. The field's going to be wet. So how they play through that, everybody going to be slipping and sliding, or, they're going to have traction, or obviously it's grass, it's going to be easier to play on, than turf. You're not actually slipping and sliding, skating on the field. But what's the latest they'll kick this thing off? Probably another hour. I don't know on a Sunday night if they want fucking Sunday football to go to 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. or not. But I feel like they're still going to play. I do, because it's supposed to be done after a while. But they're just getting dumped on with the rain. But it's nothing new. It's been, like I said, raining in Pennsylvania the past 2 weeks. Every fucking day. And then it finally got nice on Friday. It was nice yesterday. It was nice all day today, And then it rains tonight. And now this game being delayed because of it. And so we're just playing the waiting game. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, check questions, comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always get appreciated. And we'll get into a game preview momentarily, because that's really about it for what's to come for how I normally. There's a raccoon. They're trying to keep us entertained now at this rate. No, but for how I normally would stream a game, obviously moving some stuff around, piece this here, piece that there, from a recap and a preview, I'd normally always do that later. Obviously got that done out of the way now, because once this game kicks off, it's going to flow, it's going to just go, and we probably won't have any time. We might not, who knows. We're just going to be talking a lot about the game, as we should. But preview-wise for this game, I've said what I've said. There's still more to say, but it's really just going to be getting into that now. Obviously, expect the unexpected. There's always a plan B. Shit happens. But, yeah, we'll see here when they're going to say, hey, we're kicking off, or this game's still going to be in a weather delay, or even postponed for that matter. I don't know. Nobody knows. Like I said, that's even them included, because nobody does know. Just gotta wait it out and see. And it's not the rain, it's the lightning. Or the still stupid, yeah, go out and fucking play. Like that'd be exciting to watch. Obviously, you still don't want to have anybody get hurt, because that's what they fear for safety. And I get it. At the same point in time, it's just go out and play. You know, roll water didn't never hurt you. So, just a little rain. It's going to be good for the grass to get it mowed a couple more times before, winter sets in, that's for damn sure. I mean, Cowboys Steelers in the rain, Cowboys Steelers in the snow. I mean, if this game was in Dallas, whether they, we're getting a thunderstorm rolling through North Texas right now or not, they play inside, Cowboys Stadium, AT&T Stadium. We'd be playing football right now. We wouldn't be fucking sitting around our ass wasting time. Wasting night away trying to, figure out when the hell we're going to get this game off. But I'm not saying Pittsburgh needs to get a dome, because Pittsburgh doesn't need to get a dome. They don't. No, this is Pittsburgh. This ain't fucking, California. That's, trying to turn Texas into California. But you play in the elements. But, what can you do? What can you do? So, I'll leave it at that. And I'll relay info as I get it from them. And we'll go from there. So, Bueller. That's good. So, leave it at that. But Steelers, Cowboys. Cowboys, Steelers. We were about to get into the injuries when this weather delay hit. About an hour or so ago now. That's how long it's been. Just wish, honestly, they just kick this fucking game off. Because this is going to be the first Steeler-Cowboy game in Pittsburgh since 2016. But even first in front of fans, sold out fans, since then as well, because 2020, as the rain's falling down the steps, it's raining upside down, sideways, more lightning. Obviously when there's thunder, there's lightning. What do we got? Yeah, just weather delay. It is an old school matchup. It's two old school historical franchises, like I said earlier. But even 2020, had some fans, but because of COVID, it wasn't, sold out. Like, not everybody got to see it in person. We all got to watch it on TV. Pittsburgh went to Dallas and won. Dallas won here in 16, won at home in 12, too. Because Pittsburgh hasn't beat the Cowboys at home since 2008, as mentioned. Just with the history. Cowboys lead the all-time series 17-16. Steelers with 6 Super Bowls. Cowboys with 5. Obviously, 3 meetings with each other in the Super Bowl. Pittsburgh winning 2 of those. Super Bowl 10 and 13. Cowboys winning 30. Steelers got one for the thumb in 40, 143 as well. And we're about to enter Super Bowl 59 come February. They're celebrating 50 years of winning Super Bowl 9. But what have the Cowboys done in the postseason since they beat the Steelers in Super Bowl 30? Not a damn thing. So, no, but yeah, every meeting since 2000, been one score game. I don't expect anything different here tonight. Typical Steeler game. So, like I said, I was about to get into the injuries. Really, for the Cowboys tonight, it's Micah Parsons out. Lawrence is out and has been out, but Micah Parsons out tonight after an injury suffered last Thursday night at the Giants. So he's returning home to Pennsylvania. Obviously played at Penn State, but not playing tonight. But Micah Parsons will be out. The Steelers side of things. And with all the injuries, regardless, it's still next man up mentality. You play with who you have. That's why you have them on the roster. Whether that's the active roster on the 53-man, whether that's the practice squad. Obviously, there's guys on IR that you're hoping to get back. Isaac Seumalo is one of them. He is active tonight whenever this game kicks off, and should get some playing time up front on the offensive line. We'll see if they play him at left guard. Right guard, he's used to playing left, but James Daniels is now out for the year at right guard with an Achilles injury. So obviously week one, we'll get into injuries now and go through the roster and the depth chart and so on and so forth. Because they lost Bill Burr, Cam Johnson, a punter, when they played the Falcons. Boswell, obviously, that game kicked 6 field goals, and the Steelers won 18-10. Falcons look like a completely different team since that game a month ago. As they went to Philly the following week on Monday night and won, and then, had a setback, but then have been winning and finding ways to win since. So then they signed Corliss Waitman, a punter. He's been punting since. But up front on the line is where their most injuries have occurred. Even though Jalen Warren's hurt and has been banged up since camp and the preseason, played very seldomly thus far. He's inactive tonight, won't play for the second consecutive week. Aaron Shampling will be in his spot. But up front, Troy Fautanu, who they drafted out of Washington first round, he's hurt. 9:45 kick, they say. 9:45 kick, that's another half hour. Another 30 minutes before kickoff. And 9:45 for a normal kickoff at 8:15 for Sunday football would be about halftime. So we're going to be about probably an hour and a half or so behind, and this game stays on schedule. Probably going to go to about 1 o'clock, I'd say. As there's the radar, yeah, it's more moving now from the western to the central part of the state. You've been hearing thunder and seeing the lightning out my window along with, seeing it on TV. So it's the same storm. And a lot of rain. But they say a 9:45 kick. So at least we got a time now. All right? At least we got a time. We'll see if they still give us Carrie Underwood or not, because we still been waiting all day for fucking Sunday Night Football. Snoop's been rolling them up, since they started running the commercials for this matchup last week. But he's actually in attendance. Snoop Dogg is in attendance this evening. But no, Troy Fautanu was hurt in the preseason. They might have rushed him back a little too soon. He played against the Broncos. But then he got hurt in practice and It seemed like, okay, yeah, they'll put him on IR. He's going to be back in a month. No, little miscommunication. He's done for the season. Still obviously could come back if healthy, if they're in a spot when they need him later on. But basically, from what I've heard and read, what he did was rip his kneecap off of his knee. So, yeah. Serious, to say the least. And then at right guard, as he was going to play right tackle, even though potentially play left tackle, have Broderick Jones play right tackle, shuffling guys around, you have depth. It's a good problem to have. Look at the quarterback situation. You have a vet behind Justin Fields. We'll get into that topic in a minute, even though I am getting sick and tired of hearing about it and talking about it, because they're winning with Justin Fields. Even though Russell Wilson is the starter, he's also hurt. He is the emergency third-string quarterback and only will play if both Fields and Kyle Allen go down with injuries. So that's why he's still dressing and on the sideline in uniform. But why fix what ain't broken until you absolutely have to? That's a discussion to have then if it gets that. That's why I said they're going to run with Justin Fields until the wheels fall off. And he's getting experience, and he's getting veteran leadership behind him from Russell Wilson. So I guess that's that. Didn't want to get into it now, but we do. We'll probably get into it more later anyway. But no, James Daniels is out at right guard. He tore his Achilles last week against the Colts, so he's also done for the season. And then they've been without Isaac Seumalo, Big Oos, at guard as well. But he's active tonight, so he'll be playing. How much? Where at? Who knows? It's going to be their left guard or right guard, I'd have to think. Obviously, Zach Frazier is your center. Because remember, Nate Herbig went down at center before the season started. So Zach Frazier's been starting at center since week 1. And with those injuries up front, you have Dan Moore, who is your blind side at left tackle. Spencer Anderson's been flexed in, along with Mason McCormick, the rookie out of South Dakota State, from left guard to right guard because of those injuries. And they're shuffling around the offensive line and trying to get a group of 5 that they can run with. Because we know when the Steelers can run the football and the defense is playing their ass off and they're relying on special teams when they need to, they're winning football games. So they're showing off some old highlights in the meantime of Cowboys Steelers, but we're still having to wait a little while longer. And yeah, so like I said earlier, so the story goes, the Dallas Cowboys are America's team because the Pittsburgh Steelers said, no, we're not America's team, we're the Pittsburgh Steelers. And there are the fans back into the stands. 9:25 warm-up, 9:45 kickoff. So we're 5 minutes away from players warming back up, another 25 minutes from kickoff. Because we haven't even had a fucking coin toss yet. Okay? They delayed this game before this game even kicked off because of the weather. So just hopefully there's no more rain, once the game does kick off, but there won't be. There's none in the forecast. But maybe some other weatherman, because I'm no weatherman, but maybe they'll tell you different. But it ain't that hard to fucking figure out. If it's raining, it's raining. If it's not, it's not. So we'll see if the Steelers can get out to a fast start. And obviously when you're hot, and when you're not, you're not. Last week they weren't early, and it took them a while to get going. Typical Steelers, and then it was a little too late in the second half, and ended up losing because they were 3-0, now 3-1. See what happens this evening. But with the injuries, yeah, you'll have Isaac Seumalo coming back, but your right side is done. Okay, they've inserted Broderick Jones, who can play left tackle, right tackle. They have him playing right tackle because Dan Moore's staying at left tackle and not moving. Like I said, good problem to have with the depth and the experience up front too. But Simalu's coming back, so I would think he's going to be playing in his left guard spot. No Spencer Anderson. Maybe Anderson goes to right. You know, maybe Mason McCormick's getting the start at right guard. I don't know. We're going to find out. You know, Zach Frazier's obviously your center. But if James Daniels wasn't hurt, obviously he'd be at right guard. Simalu would be in a, left guard. And then they'd have 2 backups. But because Daniels is hurt as well, you have a guy coming back, in Oos. But then you have a backup, and then you have who's acting as a swing guy, basically. And then, nobody else. So, I mean, it's slim pickings. You're down to, when you normally have, 8, 10 offensive linemen, obviously every starting 5, they're really down to like 6 because of the injuries. But at least they're getting Isaac Simalu back tonight. He is active. So it's going to be Dan Moore, probably Oos at left guard, Zach Frazier at center. Either Mason McCormick, Spencer Anderson at right guard. Maybe Oos plays right guard. Maybe one of them 2 plays left guard. Whoever's not playing is going to be backing up at guard. So hopefully nothing happens to Zach Frazier, because then they're really going to be slim picking at up front on the line, down to 5, 4, 3 offensive linemen, for God's sakes. But then, Broderick Jones at right tackle. So, talked about all that with the injuries because that's where it's at. It's all up front on the line. Alex Highsmith is out for the second game as well on defense, coming off the edge at the end with his injury. So from TJ Watt, you'll have another Wisconsin Badger, Nick Herbig, not Nate, but his younger brother Nick, on as TJ comes off the left side. Nick will be coming off the right side once again tonight, even though technically it's opposite. It just depends on how you look at it. So, obviously, offensively, sticking with up front and talking about the quarterback situation. Like I said, they're going to stick with Fields until the wheels fall off. It's a good problem to have with Russell Wilson as the starter, but sitting behind Fields as the emergency third-string quarterback because he's also dealt with an injury. Okay? We all know the story now. He got hurt pushing a sled in camp, played a little bit in the preseason, but then hasn't been active at all yet this regular season. They were hoping maybe he'd be back by now, but obviously Fields is playing well. He balled out last week, for God's sakes, had over 300 yards, had 3 touchdowns. And over an hour delay, now they're taking us back to Pittsburgh. Warm-ups coming up. Kickoff at 9:45, they say. So, here come the Cowboys out of the tunnel. And Mike McCarthy, the Pittsburgh native, leading them out onto the field. But here come the Steelers as well, as they're all back out there warming up for 15-20 minutes before we'll kick off in 20 minutes at 9:45. So they're just going to show off all old highlights now. Sunday Night Football presents Cowboys Steelers. So we'll get back into the depth chart, the roster, and all that in a little bit. But as much as things change, things stay the same. There's Celine Dion wearing a Steeler Cowboy Super Bowl sweatshirt. I mean, just nostalgia. NBC broadcast announced players are expected to return to the field at 9:25 with an estimated start time of 9:45. You talk about old school smash mouth football, hitting each other in the fucking face. running over people and playing through it. This is that game. Yeah. A timeless classic. Super Bowl 30 would have been nice to have, but still 110-13. Now there are the players warming up. Yeah, like I said, you either like the Steelers or like the Cowboys or you don't, you know. And then if you're a fan of the one team, you're definitely not a fan of the other. So, just got to wait a little bit here. What else can you do? 9:45. I mean, this is going even, talk about old school Cowboys Steelers. I mean, shit, Monday Night Football always used to kick off at 9 o'clock. You know, what's 45 minutes from there, you know? But when it's Sunday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football now, they all kick off 8:30 at the latest. You know, and then you got to wait because of the weather delay. It's just the way it is. But, yep. Yep. Yep, because of the defense. That's what I said with Fields at quarterback. That's the thing. Even though Russ has been named the starter, got hurt, came back, but hasn't played in the regular season. Fields starting, balled out last week, had 3 touchdowns, had a field goal. You know, end up losing by 3. You know, if they would have played a little bit better earlier, maybe got a couple more yards and a couple more drives, maybe had to settle for more threes, you know, from Boswell, then okay. You know, maybe they end up winning that game. They probably should have won that game. You know, I said it then, I'm saying it again. They probably should be 4-0 over the 3-1. That's them. This is now, though. Obviously, still taking care of business tonight. You know, this is going to be the first of 3 primetime games, I might add, for the Steelers this month. All at home. So hopefully no more fucking weather delays. Hosting the Cowboys tonight. They go to the Raiders next Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock. So 1 o'clock Vegas kick out west in the desert. But then they host the Jets on Sunday Night Football in 2 weeks' time. And they host the Giants on Monday Night Football at the end of the month, just prior to Halloween. But 15 minutes to kickoff now, I say. All right. With Fields at quarterback, even though Russ has been named the starter, Justin Fields at quarterback, week 1 at Atlanta, week 2 at Denver. This is their only second home game. Hosted the Chargers 2 weeks ago, went to Indy last week and lost. Obviously, they're 3-1. Hosting the Cowboys tonight. They're helping out Justin Fields in the run game with Najee Harris. Jalen Warren, inactive once again tonight. Yeah, he hasn't been himself this year. You know, whether that's scheme, whether that's because of his injury, who knows? Najee Harris had more receiving yards last week, but he's been averaging, other than last week, because, you know, they couldn't really run the ball with him. First 3 games, he was averaging 70 yards on 20 carries per game. And if he can find the end zone, that's even better. Because they finally found the end zone a few more times than they did, you know, in the few weeks, you know, prior combined. But they're finding ways to win. With Fields at quarterback, they're helping them out in the run game, and they're playing Steeler defense. Like the second half, 2 weeks ago at home against the Chargers, that was Pittsburgh Steeler football, you know, and they're playing, for the most part at time, complimentary sound, you know, football. You know, they're balanced and consistent at times. They need to be more balanced and consistent tonight. They need a fast start. You know, who's gonna, with the delay, you know, extra warm-up, who's going to get that early edge? Who's going to get that momentum and hope to keep it rather than, you know, starting slow and then you're just going to try to find some rhythm and capitalize off something later and hopefully you're in the game. Like, they need a fast start tonight. But no, with Fields at quarterback, they're helping him out in the run game and on defense. And he's really not turning the ball over. Pressure, obviously, defensively, get after Dak Prescott, force some turnovers, but and capitalize off of those. But they're going to run with Fields at quarterback until the wheels fall off. You know, they're winning with them now. They're going to try to continue to win with them until otherwise noted. You know, why would you want to change that? You don't want to fix what ain't broken. You know, there's too much of that and a bunch of other shit. And then you wonder why shit's the way it is. But, so, no. Fields at quarterback, we'll see how he plays tonight. But back to the injuries that tied this together, because most all the injuries are on offense, up front of the line, as we just mentioned. But with Russ, the emergent third-string quarterback, it's a good problem to have. He's a vet. He won a Super Bowl. Should have won 2. He'd probably still be in Seattle if he did. But they didn't want to give Marshawn Lynch football at the 1-yard line. Nick Saban said he would have gave it to him, but obviously Nick Saban didn't have success in the NFL, which led him back to college. And then retires, and Alabama lost to Vandy yesterday without him. But Fields at quarterback, Kyle Allen backing up. Russell Wilson is the emergent third-string quarterback, but will only play if needed if they both go down with injuries. Before too long, they're going to have Russ as the actual backup. But Kyle Allen didn't play bad in the preseason, but I still really wouldn't want to throw him in if something would happen to Fields. You know, like you'd still want Russ to, all right, here he comes, save the day. But it's the circumstance. It depends on the situation. That's what it boils down to. Truly. That is what it is. So I'll shut the hell up about that, because like I said, I'm sick and tired of hearing about it. I'm sick and tired of talking about it. But if they continue to run the football, Najee Harris. Yeah, no Jalen Warren. Cordarrelle Patterson's also out tonight as well. He suffered an injury last week at the Colts. So, like I said, Najee Harris, Aaron Shampling behind him. He really didn't do much, though, last week, so we'll see tonight. At wide receiver, you have really just George Pickens. Van Jefferson's on the team, but really hasn't done much. Calvin Austin had a good punt return, but then they turned the ball over last week after that, or else that would have been a drive they would have had points. You know, maybe it's tied up. Maybe they somehow find a way to win it. But obviously Pickens had the turnover in the red zone. You know, that should have been points, but no. So really last week, turnovers, penalties as well have been hurting them. They got to play clean tonight. That's a good play Steelers football. You know, if they can play Steelers football, they'll beat the Cowboys. But if not, we'll see. They still might find a way to win. You know, they're playing at home, playing the Cowboys for God's sakes. So we know how those games go. And all of America is going to be rooting for Pittsburgh, whether you like them or not, because everybody hates fucking Cowboys. And when the Cowboys lose, America wins. But like I always say, if the Steelers can run the football, play defense, rely on special teams, but regardless of how the game is playing out, but more so if they're sucking ass in the first half and, you know, they're going to need to come back in the second half, if they can get the game into the fourth quarter, keep trying to control the clock as best they can, make stops on defense, stop the run, get a turnover or two, capitalize off that. You know, oh mama, you're finding ways to win. So kick off in about 10 minutes now. But really don't have anybody behind George Pickens still, because even with not making a move, maybe they'll make a move in the next month. But no luck from the end of last season until now, even though there's a lot of talk before the season was starting. Talks heating back up with a few players. We'll see what happens. they need somebody alongside Pickens. Remember, they still have Roman Wilson, who they drafted out of Michigan, but he's been hurt as well, another injury. So, and then Cordell Patterson, who is a big-bodied receiver, but they use him more in the run game. And he had a couple good runs last week, but then he got hurt. So, and then there's Scotty Miller. But that's why you got to get the tight ends involved. Pat Fryermuth, Darnell Washington's playing better this year than he was last year. Obviously, Connor Hayward, Cam's little brother. Michael Pruitt is out injured, even though he knows the system with Arthur Smith. So we'll see what the FedEx Pittsburgh Steelers offense is doing this evening, or if they're going to have to rely on the defense in order to find a way to win, which is not going to be surprising if so. Because speaking of the defense, like I said, there's really not many injuries, and knock on wood, hopefully none occur, but not many injuries on that side of the ball. You got Cam in the middle, TJ coming off the edge, and Mink in the back end. It's TJ Watt's defense. It's really TJ's team after Ben retired. Cam's a Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner, as is Russell Wilson. So we'll see if that ever happens or not. But they like Keanu Benton at D tackle. Larry Kenobi, Ogunjobi's been playing well. But now we've been waiting all day for Sunday night, and here we go. Cowboys, Steelers, Sunday night football. About an hour and 45-minute weather delay, but tough, get rough in a primetime fight. Carrie Underwood, American Idol, Season 4 winner. Okie. Probably grew up a Cowboy fan, but Toby Keith was from Oklahoma and he was a Steelers fan, so I don't know. But here we go. We're going to kick this thing off. And waiting all day, waiting a little while longer. Take us to the point. The Three Rivers. There's Heinz Field Acrisure Stadium. And what more to say other than with what I've already said, other than Dallas Cowboys and Pittsburgh Steelers? It's time to put up or shut up. So, here we go. Yeah, Tarico Collinsworth and Melissa Stark on the call. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coy and Luke 96. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sticking around. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, hit the red subscribe notification bell next to it as well. So yeah, like, follow, and subscribe. Thumbs up button. Share. Hashtag NFL. Hashtag Cowboys. Hashtag Steelers. I mean, what more could you ask for? But chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As already mentioned, this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry, so be sure to go check them out. Also, in the description, be sure to scan the QR code if you haven't done so already as well. Go give some likes once you do. Just talk about old school football, historical franchises. This game is going to be one up front tonight. Can Pittsburgh run the football, and can they stop the run? Can they get after Dak Prescott defensively, force mistakes, create some turnovers, capitalize off of them? Like I said, it's going to be your typical Steeler game. Every meeting with these two since 2000 has been decided by one score. I wouldn't expect anything different. All right, it's going to be a down-to-the-wire finish. It's going to go on longer than, obviously, Sunday football normally does, just because this game's kicking off, later than it normally does. So, we'll see how it plays out, but, yeah. They take you from the intro to a commercial break, and we'll have kickoff when we come back. So, fast start, hoping for one at least, for the Steelers, and then trying to hold it. Because there's really no in between with them. There's not. It's either a fast start, and they're holding on to win. Obviously, you want to do a little bit more, if you can. But normally for them, it's a slow start, and they're, finding a groove, waking up. Well, you've had an extra hour and a half, 2 hours to get ready for this game now because of the delay. You should be ready. Fans are, that's for sure. I am. But, yeah, we'll see. Because if it's still a slow start, they're finding their way just prior to halftime, got a spark, got some momentum going at half, then okay, just give yourself a chance. Get the game in the fourth quarter, make a stop, just find a way to win, because that's all that matters at the end of the day, and just win, baby, before they got to go to the Raiders next week. So, maybe get Snoop Dogg into the game. He's warming up on the field, too. So, no, but yeah, just do what you got to do, man. So I'll leave it at that. But I overall think, yeah, this game's going to be one up front. But turnovers going to be the main difference, and whether the Cowboys or the Steelers are winning or losing tonight. Whoever doesn't turn the ball over is going to win. So we'll leave it at that. And as always, coming at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores and go from there. Obviously, a little out of whack this evening, with the delay, but we still have this game to be played, even though we've got everything in. We're planning on. So no recap, no preview, because we've already done it. And let's chalk it up. Let's put the boots on the ground and make some plays. So, NBC Sports welcomes you and proud to present the National Football League. Sunday Night Football, the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers falling the rain, and that's not lightning, those are fireworks. So yeah, first primetime game since '82. That was in Dallas. Pittsburgh won. Pittsburgh hasn't won at home against the Cowboys since '08. Obviously won the Super Bowl that year. But obviously, they only play once every 4 years. We've talked about that already. They're talking about the grass. Well, after the Dolphin game on Monday night in '07, from all the high school football, Pitt playing that weekend, all the rain, first day of hunting season, and then they play, and then the 3-0 win against the Finns. They've completely changed the drainage system. So, it's still going to be slipping and sliding around to start off with. Everybody's going to be fucking muddy. This is going to be one of those games. But it's going to dry out as the game goes on. So, yeah. So, like I said, we'll see what happens. But a lot of one-score games with these two the past quarter century. So, typical Steeler game. On top of that, don't expect anything different. There's Snoop D-O-double-G with the helmet and the terrible towel, getting everybody revved up. Should have had a party with him for the past hour and a half, 2 hours during his weather delay. We'd really be fired up for this game. So, Boswell on to kickoff, and it's officially not 9:45, but 9:46. We're going to kick this sucker off after a weather delay. So the Cowboys are going to get the ball, and here we go. And finally, it's about damn time. Cowboys Steelers on Sunday Night Football return from the goal line. And a flag to start things off. Who would have thought? Fucking refs. Decent return by Turpin. He played in the USFL. Played pretty damn good in the spring league, and oh god, Sean Hockley is our white capper tonight. So 5 yards going to be tacked on, added onto the run because it's against the Steelers on the kickoff. Legal formation on DeMonte KZ. So with the weather delay now, Sean Hockley's crew as the ref here tonight. You expect a lot of flags. I mean, come on. You're really going to throw a flag on the first play of the game after a fucking weather delay. Typical NFL. So 1st and 10, Cowboys from the 43-yard line. Dak Prescott fakes the give, pass far side. CeeDee Lamb tackled, brought down by T.J. Watt. So 2nd down and about 7 coming up, 20 seconds into this game. But yeah, Turpin played well in the USFL, got him a chance in the NFL, and he's been with Dallas ever since, as has their kicker, who can kick it just like Boswell. So you got to rely on special teams, come down to 3 points every once in a while and kick it. So be it. Run a wheeler out far side to the tight end, and that's a 1st down for Dallas. So 1st and 10. So they're coming out of the gate fast. Yeah, they motioned him, and he's wide open. And Minka and Landon Roberts push him out. So 1st and 10, Dallas at the Pittsburgh 41, and they'll run it. And 2 yards up the middle. So they're going to give us the Dallas Cowboy offense. There's Dak Prescott, Rico Dowdle. Obviously, they got Zeke back. But, yeah, CeeDee Lamb, Tolbert, Ferguson, Shoemaker, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith on the left side. Zach Martin's been in the league. Dallas and Pittsburgh, normally have good offensive line, good defensive lines. It's old school football still. Pass complete, CeeDee Lamb. Minka on the tackle once more. 3rd down coming up. So they're in field goal range if they got to kick it with Aubrey. But see if the defense can get a stop here and maybe even force a punt. Out of the gun, trips near side. And Dak, incomplete over the middle. Beanie Bishop on the coverage. A rookie out of West Virginia. And so they'll kick about a 50-yarder here. 51-yarder. Or more so, 36, 40, 53, 54. Yeah, Bishop and then Minka on the back end. So here's Brandon Aubrey. Almost kicked a 70-yarder at Cleveland week 1, but there was some penalties and they decided not to. So from 55 yards officially, the Cowboys go up 3 early here. 12:35 to play in the first quarter, as we're now officially underway with Cowboys Steelers on Sunday Night Football. So good from 55 into the hills, and yeah, Pittsburgh's a tough place to kick, but he's got the leg, he's got the distance, and it's good. So 3-0 Cowboys. Boswell, should be fine as well. Whether he's kicking to the hills too or to the river. Just, I guess, take your points while you can get them. It's going to be a chess match. Make them fucking play checkers. But, yeah, Beanie Bishop's been playing well. He's getting better each week. Undrafted rookie out of West Virginia. And he's playing that nickel spot for him. Obviously, they still have Cam Sutton, but remember, he's hurt, for the first 8 weeks. Suspended. But yeah, I'll give up 3 rather than give up a touchdown. see what the offense does, see how they respond, see how they do on the first drive, because Dallas came out of the gate and just drove and scored. Yeah, they got a good return, they got a penalty too, and then, you know, nothing really went wrong for them other than that incompletion, you know, and they got to kick it. So we'll see if Pittsburgh can, like I said, respond and get a field goal of their own. If not, score a touchdown, take an early 7-3 lead. Maybe work some clock. So, you know, leave it at that. We'll see what the offense does, and we'll go from there. So, thanks for tuning in and watching.
Pick six is when the defense intercepts the ball and runs it back for a touchdown. And when that happens on Sunday, you get 6 free boneless wings at Applebee's on Monday. Now that's even.
There's a replay of the kick. Yeah. And the last primetime meeting was Week 1, 1982. That would have been Franco's last year as a Steeler, because he went to Seattle in 83. And Pittsburgh won by 8, 36-28. So Cowboys, Steelers. Like I said, what more could you ask for? So Cowboys on the kickoff. You can call Eagle formation on them. Maybe. Steelers on the return. And to the 25-yard line they go. So here comes Justin Fields and the Steeler offense. And there he is with Najee Harris, George Pickens, Van Jefferson, and Calvin Austin. Pat Farmer. We are Penn State. Yeah, Dan Moore's at left tackle. Isaac Seumalo will be at left guard tonight. He's back. Zach Frazier at center. Mason McCormick's getting the start at right guard, and Broderick Jones at right tackle. So Spencer Anderson's going to be your swing guard. Because remember, Triftanu's out. James Daniels is out. He'll start out of the gun. 1st and 10 from the 25. Fields keeps it and gets 8 yards before getting pushed out of bounds. So, good to see Oos back. He hasn't played since, obviously, late last year. But it all starts up front. You got to be able to block to run, open up the pass. Maybe they'll go deep tonight for the first time, especially down the middle of the tight end. But second and a long 2. Kill. 6 seconds on the play clock. And they'll toss Najee Harris far side. And he gets a first down run on a 4-yard pickup. And they'll move to 6. And that's a Pittsburgh Steeler first down. So 1st and 10 from the 37 out of the I. Fake the give. Fields gonna far side, going deep. Hayward incomplete. He had it and dropped it. As he laid out for it, he dropped it. I mean, that's right on the money too. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. Seeing a replay. Yep. Oh, you got to make that man. And he dropped it as he was going down. 2nd and 10, they'll run a draw far side. Fields gets 5 yards. So it's 3rd manageable. You know, just give yourself a chance to convert. Now I got a flag on the play. And Fields is all right. He gets up. See what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras, but it is Sean Hockley. His dad, Ed, was in the NFL as a white capper. He's a white capper now. Got a hold on the Cowboy defense. Be 5 yards, automatic first down. So no 3rd and 5, would be 1st and 10. And got an injured Cowboy defender too. But yeah, hopefully he's okay. the penalties tonight, there's probably going to be a lot of them. His crew is one that, they always call a lot of penalties. So if there are penalties tonight, it's not going to be no surprise. So they'll take commercial break because of the injury. So timeout on the field. And here early first quarter because of the weather delay, but obviously would probably be coming out of halftime right about now in live time if it was normal, starting the second half. But we're about a half of football, good hour and a half, 45 minutes behind because of the weather delay. But we are playing. So, yeah. First and 10 Steelers after the penalty, injury timeout. We'll get back to it. And we'll leave it at that. So, thanks for tuning in. Sure, like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions, comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always get appreciated. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. So first and 10 Steelers from the 47 after the penalty and the timeout. Fields near side, complete Pickens, and another 7-8 yard reception on the game. Be second and short.
Justin Fields, I really believe that sometimes with young quarterbacks that are mobile, they can run, get them started. Get them out there,
Yeah.
let them run, let them take a hit or two, and then just settles you into the game. And that throw looked terrific.
Broderick Jones's nameplate was a little messed up, and it looked like it said jokes. So that might be a meme you'll see. Second and 2 from the 45. Najee Harris, maybe a yard if he's lucky. So they'll show us the Cowboy defense now. Once again, no Micah Parsons out of Penn State tonight with the injury. And Amani is going to fill in for Penn State on the Cowboy defense, because they went from Sean Lee to Micah Parsons. Now, Amani Oriwariye, pass complete. Najee Harris, far side, gets some yak yards and a big first down pickup. Just, you got to be balanced. You got to be consistent, working some run, working some pass, smooth the ball. Get first downs. Take what the defense gives you, And that's the thing, Fields ain't playing bad. They're helping him out in the run game and playing good defense.
Enough throws where he saw it, just got it out of his hands, made a quick decision. What we're seeing tonight is something different. Shorter throws, but quickly getting it out of his hands.
Fryermuth in motion. Speaking of Penn State, we are. We're good out of the eye. And fake the give. Fields going deep. And high, incomplete, intended for Darnell Washington at the goal line. So incomplete, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, the only thing I would coach up on that one a little bit from the other side of it, from the receiver side of it sometimes, is to
At least they, wanted to take a shot to Hayward. Now they're taking a shot to Washington. Hey, there's another tight end. Fryer moves. Maybe take a shot to him. 2nd and 10 from the 30. And they'll run Naj, for 2 yards. Goes, okay. Yeah, they have Najee Harris, Aaron Shampling, Jonathan Ward, who they've also promoted off the practice squad to the active 53-man roster, just because of the injuries with Jalen Warner, Cordell Patterson. So he gets 2 yards. They obviously like him. They've made some moves with him a few times, up and down. But 3rd and 8 from the 28. They're in field goal range here, so at least you're going to get a field goal out of this, you'd think. Toss to Shampling, and he gets 5 yards. So 4th and 3. And I want to go for it. I kick it. Take the points. Tie it up at 3 with 8 minutes to play here. Yeah. Getting close, yeah. That might be a meme too, for other than meaning close, But Boswell on for the field goal. This will be for 41 yards to tie it up at 3 here, with 7 and change now to play in the first quarter. Kick's going to be up and good. So 1 field goal to the hills, 1 to the river. And the Cowboys and Steelers are tied at 3 with 7:33 to play in the first quarter. And black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, and into the city. There you go. So, commercial break, we'll get back to it, see if the defense can make a stop. Update some stats for you. I don't think they're going to bypass halftime. We'll still get a 10 at halftime, But like I said, 10 o'clock now. You would be coming out of halftime. It'd be early third quarter if this game would have kicked off as normally scheduled at 8 o'clock, quarter after 8. But with the delay, midway through the first quarter now, tied at 3. Cowboys getting the ball back. Steelers just tied it up. Prescott, 3 of 4, 20 yards. Fields, 2 of 4, 23 yards. He has 2 carries, 13 yards rushing. Shampling a carry for 5 yards. Najee, 2 for 4. Jonathan Ward, 1 and 2. Naj has a 15-yard reception, and Pickens a catch for 8. And then Boswell's field goal is good from 41. So 3-3, midway through the first quarter. Maybe Devontae Adams is going to get traded from the Raiders, not back to the Packers. I mean, I think everybody's thinking he's probably going to go to somewhere where he knows, somebody who's throwing the football. But, yeah, maybe here if they would, be aggressive about it. I mean, they were with trying to get Ayuk and a few others, but like Tomlin just said, the field's close, but obviously no cigar with scoring a touchdown, punching in, that's settled for 3. But yeah, there's the Devontae Adams Taco Bell commercial. Maybe he'll get, traded different KFC Yum brand, whether that be KFC, Pizza Hut, who knows? But I would think if the Raiders and Steelers do make a move with Adams, because Pittsburgh was close to getting Ayuk. They were literally going to trade. San Fran was literally going to trade Ayuk to Pittsburgh. But then he said, no, I want to stay here like last minute and let's get this done. And that's why he signed the extension. Or else he would have been a Steeler. He really hasn't done much for San Fran this year. I don't know if he'd be doing that or what he's used to doing in Pittsburgh right now. Who knows? But the thing is, if Adams would get moved from the Raiders to the Steelers, Pittsburgh goes to Vegas next week to take on the Silver and Black. So even so, if something happened this week or within the next couple weeks, okay, then after words would be after the game. But if it happens this week, he's not going to play next week. TJ Watt from Wisconsin, came word from Ohio State. Connor Benton from Wisconsin. They're Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obajobi. Nick Herbig, also out of Wisconsin. Patrick Queen, who they signed from Baltimore. Landon Roberts, the former Dolphin. Dante Jackson, they got from Carolina. And we are Penn State as well, from the 4-1-2, Clayton North Allegheny. Minka Fitzpatrick on the back end. Peyton Wilson's been playing well at linebacker. Yeah, maybe a false start. Thank you. Back him up 5 yards, 1st and 15. But who was I talking about defensively? Obviously, Beanie Bishop been playing well at the nickel out of West Virginia. Dante Jackson, they got in the Deontay Johnson trade from Carolina. That's a block in the back. Patrick Queen on the tackle. So they get the 5 yards back. It'll be 2nd and 10. But this Steeler defense, top to bottom, left to right, up, down, sideways, however you want to put it and spell it out. Up front on the line, in the middle, the back end. This defense is good. They have a chance to be special. 2nd and 11 from the 29. And over the middle, it's caught. Big hit by Deshaun Elliott. But they're going to mark him short. So 3rd and a yard. They're going to go hurry up. Fake the run. Chip on the block, and then Dak throws it away and complete. That's intentional grounding. They wanted a flag for roughing the passer. They're not going to get it. And now an intentional grounding penalty. So rather than 4th and a yard after the incompletion and then go for it, no, it's going to be 4th and long, and Dallas is going to punt now. So Pittsburgh gets off the field, and they'll make a stop and get the ball back. Yeah, intentional grounding. Thank you. That's a loss of down, even though it's going to be 4th down anyway. It's still 4th down. They'll punt. See, the thing being outside the tackle box, I get there is nobody there. Intentional grounding, though, is basically you got to get the ball past the line of scrimmage. He clearly did. That's the one thing I do hate about intentional grounding, when they throw clearly far downfield, yet they still call it. Obviously, I'm taking it, but yeah. So Calvin Austin on the return for Pittsburgh here. They really don't have any return game this year. He had a decent return last week, but remember right afterwards they turned the ball over, and that hurt with that turnover, and then the other one they had the red zone earlier in the game. And why they ended up losing by 3, or else they probably could have won, probably should have won last week. Probably should be undefeated at 4-3-1, and tied at 3 here with the Cowboys in the first. Cowboys punt after the intentional grounding, and a fair catch signal for the 25-yard line by the Steelers. So they'll take a commercial break. The one thing with the weather delay, they show off Super Bowl highlights with these two. 3 meetings in the big game. The one thing you would hope with the weather delay, just fucking no commercials, no halftime, just keep playing. But no, they're going to give commercial breaks still. They're going to give us a 10-minute halftime when it rolls around. We'll still have 2-minute warnings. They'll play the game as they normally would. It's just not starting on time like it, still should have, even with the weather the way it was, but with the weather delay. And now half quarter in, we're tied at 3. So Steeler ball, 1st and 10 when we come back from the 25-yard line after the punt.
To check your school's saying first before saying that.
religiosity. You can get it when you trade in any phone.
From the 26 officially, 1st and 10 Steelers. They'll fake the run, good block, and Fields' pass is caught. Connor Hayward for about 7 yards, 2nd down.
The Cowboys came to Pittsburgh without their two top pass rushers and now an injury to another defensive end. We saw Marshawn Whelan, the athletic training staff, checking the stability.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. That's non-contact.
Time in the medical tent, and then
Yeah, non-contact knee injuries, never good.
Right leg grimacing, went into the X-ray room. Official word from the team, he's questionable with a knee injury.
So, 2nd and 3. Here we go, we're good. Hand off Najee Harris. Shifts, lowers the shoulder, 1st down. Flag on the play, might be coming back. Legal use of hands to the face on the defense. 5 yards, automatic 1st down. All right. Yeah, up against Zach Frazier. And yeah, up against Mike Zimmer, the former Viking head coach. But remember, he was in Cincinnati as the defense coordinator before then. And Steelers had some good games against those Bengals. Going deep. Oh, almost picked off, but still almost caught by Van Jefferson. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Yeah, he underthrew it. Yeah, that probably should have been picked. So 2nd and 10 from the 42 with Jefferson in motion now. And Naj looks more as Fields gets sacked, loses the ball. God damn it. We'll see what they call. Actually, Fields has the ball. Fields has the ball. First down, well, 3rd and long, Pittsburgh. So they'll wind the clock. All right. And Fields hurt his hand. Yeah, they almost threw a pick. And then they just pushed the line back. It was a strip sack fumble. Fields goes after it. Looked like Dallas recovered. And then Pittsburgh came out with the ball. Cowboys are going to challenge. But the Steelers came up with the football. It's 3rd and 24 right now, Pittsburgh. But yeah, they got to make sure if Dallas had a clear recover on it, then it's going to be their ball. That's why they're challenging. It did look like that, but then at the same point in time, it's a pile. You know, everybody's fighting for it. Things are being said. People are getting poked in, you know, places you don't want to be poked. And Dallas is challenging that Pittsburgh didn't recover, even though Fields recovered it right there. So if it's split possession, it's going to stay and maintain with whoever had the ball. And then the thing is, after all that, Fields came up with it. So it's 3rd and long, 3rd and 24. I mean, not a bad challenge, but I think it's going to stand as called. I don't think they're going to have enough to overturn it because you have to find a bit of evidence to overturn a review like that. So Dallas, it looks like they'll lose it, lose the challenge, lose a timeout, and obviously if they win the challenge, you don't need to win 2 challenges anymore to get the 3rd. You only need to win 1 to get 3 challenges for the game. But if you lose 1, you're down to 1. So we'll see what they call. But it looked like Pittsburgh had a clear recovery on it. Even though at first it looked like Dallas recovered it, that last shot, Fields had it and then he came up with the ball. So we'll see. But still, in the meantime, Dallas is probably going to get the football back anyway. It's just going to be the field position. Are they going to have a 1st and 10 deep into Steeler territory because of a turnover, get some points off of it, or, a play or 2 later, they get the ball back, because Steelers are probably going to punt here, so the Cowboys will get the ball back, but then they'll have a 1st and 10, and have length of field to drive. That's really where they're at. I mean, that's what I said. It's not a bad challenge, but I don't think it's a challenge they're going to win. I think it'll stand and Pittsburgh will maintain possession, but it's just going to be 3rd and 24. So you probably run a fucking draw. Maybe they take a shot. But remember, one play just before that, he almost threw a pick. So Dallas probably going to get the ball back here, and we're still going to be tied at 3. So that's where we're at. FedEx, absolutely, positively. Well, let's see what the Steeler offense can do and say about that with Arthur Smith as the offense coordinator. Obviously, his dad owns FedEx. Call stands, yeah, figured so. So 5 minutes to play in the first. We're tied at 3. Dallas loses the challenge. They'll lose the timeout here for the rest of the first half. They're down to 2. They're down to 1 challenge the rest of the game. 3rd and 24. Fields rolls out near side. Gonna throw, and it's out of bounds, incomplete. So 4th down, they'll punt. I mean, not a bad idea. Just throw it away. There's nobody open. You don't want to turn it over on the 3rd consecutive play potentially, because remember, almost threw a pick, almost turned over on the fumble, on the strip sack, but they recovered. Dallas doesn't win the challenge, and then that pass is incomplete, out of bounds. So Pittsburgh on the punt here for the first time tonight. So both teams drove and kicked field goals, and then both teams have since punted. And Waitman, it'll take a bounce inside the 30 down to the 24. So they flip the field for, the most part. And they'll take a quick 30-second commercial with 4:41 to play. And the first, tied at 3. Huh. Yeah, they almost blocked the punt. But 1st and 10, Dallas from the 24. And Prescott will hand off and tackle right away to Sean Elliott.
A safety that you caught your eye watching tape for this one. Well, big time. What we've seen out of the Pittsburgh Steelers this season is they got sick of giving up big plays, so they put Minka Fitzpatrick right back here in center field, and they had to find somebody to go up front, and Deshaun Elliott has been tremendous in the run game.
So 2nd and 8.
Even man-to-man coverage on the slot. He's had a big
Empty set. Prescott will hand off in an end around, and then Nick Herbig on the tackle for loss right away. And 3rd and long. They got to watch the celebrations because the refs are calling all those now too. It's like you make a tackle, I get you on to celebrate on the fucking sideline, celebrate in the locker room, celebrate after the game. You know, don't be costing, yourself penalty yardage when you just made a big play. 3rd and 14 from the 20. Another empty set. Prescott, that's a hold. Oh my God. Going deep far side. It's caught by C.D. Lamb, but was he in bounds? They say yes, catch. I don't know. Maybe. I got to see a replay. He got too high. I don't know if he got both down or not. Yeah, that's a catch. And then they pushed him out. God damn. So 1st and 10, Dallas at the 47. Prescott looking to throw again. Another completion far side. And Elliott with Wilson. Peyton Wilson, that is, on the stop. But, yeah, C.D. Lamb, good 50-yard receiving already in this first quarter. As you can tell, some of these uniforms are starting to get dirty. All that rain, all that mud, all the tackling going on. It's football. 1st and 10 from the 34. Trips near side. Pass complete in the flat. That's a hold. Patrick Queen on the tackle. I get holding happens in every play. Matter of fact, they call it or not, but when it's clear and obvious and they don't, it's like, come on. Just call it down the middle. I won't have a problem with it. Don't call a ton of them. But, yeah, they've obviously called more on Dallas so far tonight this evening, too. I'll take it, but still. It's when the refs try to control the game, there's no need for it. 2nd and 3 for the Cowboys. Handoff on the run. And pushed out of bounds after 1st down. So they're in field goal range again, knocking on the door, looking to score a touchdown. 1st and 10 from the 15. About a minute and a half to play in this first quarter. And Prescott, pass complete, Turpin. Jackson, Minka there, he lost his shoe, but 2nd down and 6. Goes the other way. Yeah. And a handoff on a draw. TJ Watt on a shoestring tackle, maybe a yard, 3rd down. I guess we're spelling tonight on Sunday Night Football. And also we're counting. Saw Tom Hanks movie commercial. Tom Hanks played Mr. Rogers as well. 3rd and 6 from the 11. That's a hold. Oh my God. And they sack him. Ball's out. And Pittsburgh has it. Herbig. Pittsburgh has it. 1st down. Yes. A double half sack apiece. TJ Watt, who ripped his helmet off. He might get a penalty of that. End of the first quarter, too. Talk about a momentum change. Talk about a swing. Dallas is getting points on that drive. 3rd down. They get double pressure off both sides. TJ Watt was being held the whole entire time, too. And then he sacks Prescott. Him and Herbig hit him simultaneously. Ball pops out. Herbig recovers. And 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. At the end of the first now, starting the 2nd quarter. We're tied at 3, Cowboys Steelers. But they got to do something off of this. They got to drive and score, get some fucking points. Yeah, 3-3. It's early, a lot of football to be played, but a turnover in a game like this, like I said earlier, turnovers are going to decide this game. Whoever doesn't turn the ball over is going to win. Dallas with turnover there. Pittsburgh getting the ball first 10 we come back to it to start the second quarter now. So they got to stop. They got to stop. They need it. At least, you know, they're going to force on their kick, be down 6-3. But even better, they get off the field with a turnover. And, you know, a strip sack on that hit, just like Fields almost had. And then Dallas gets the ball back, they drive, and then that happens. You know, so Pittsburgh, yeah, you know, getting a chance to do something now. So we'll see what happens and see if they can score. But it's just going to be a slugfest. It's going to be a smash mouth, you know, gritty, down to the wire, you know, type of game. And turnovers, special teams, that's going to be the difference, I'm telling you. So they gotta drive and score and get some points off of this. So we'll obviously see if they can or not, but I'll take a field goal. I'd like a touchdown. You know, the first drive was good. Second drive they punted, just like Dallas. And then the third drive, Dallas turned it over. So hopefully they don't turn it over either, you know, or else this game's fucking identical on both sides. You know, then what defense is going to bend doesn't break. But drive and score, get some points. And that's TJ's 100th sack. He was nearing 100 last week, but really didn't say his name much. And 100 sacks in 109 games. Reggie White did it in 96 games. So he technically gets 100 sacks on a half a sack with a former Wisconsin Badger as well, Nick Herbig. And then Herbig recovers the fumble. So need a lot of that tonight. Keep getting after Prescott. Send Dak back to whether North or South Dakota or Mississippi State for that matter. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. 7 yards up the middle. And that is Jonathan Ward, 35, at running back. You'll have Naj, 22. It's normally Jalen Warren. It's normally Cordell Patterson, but with them both hurt, still Najee Harris. Shampling, you know, played a little bit last week, not much. Didn't play that well. And now Jonathan Ward with Patterson out. A couple decent yards, decent runs for him thus far. False start on Darnell Washington. As they go to watch some film. And just keep getting after the quarterback tonight. Stop the run. Run the ball. Fields make some plays. Ron special teams, you're going to win. They got to get points off this turnover, though. So, 2nd and 8 with the penalty. So they gave him the yardage on a false start. Now we got some pushing and shoving. The ref just slipped him. Just watch yourself. You know, refs getting involved, separating everybody. So it was 1st and 10. They got like 7 yards. And then, okay, Darnell Washington on the reception there, but Dallas is fighting for the ball. No, Dallas, they obviously took the penalty, but they gave them the yardage on the run to set up that 2nd and 8 rather than a 1st and, 15. Which is odd. Because they accepted the penalty, but they still took the down and gave them a 2nd and 8, and then now Pittsburgh's got a 3rd and 3. So we'll see if they can convert here and get the 30-yard line for a 1st and 10. Jefferson in motion. And a false start. Jesus Christ. So back him up again, another 5 yards. 3rd and 8. So 3rd and 8 with 13 to play in the first half. 3-3. See if they can still at the 30-yard line, convert, get a first down, keep the drive alive. But penalties are killing them. They're not going to be able to capitalize off the turnover because Fields gets sacked. And Dallas can get the ball back. So, all right, whatever. Still 3-3. Just the way it is until, somebody does something. Points off that turnover have been nice for sure, but what can you do? That's one thing. Fields, he does hold on the ball a little too much, takes too many sacks. Doesn't know when to throw it away, but was just going to try to get some yardage out of that, but no. Takes a sack. Dallas almost blocks the punt again, so we'll see if they do by the end of the night or not. Hopefully not. Fair catch signal for it with the 44-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10. Cowboys when we come back. 3-3, 12-20 to play in the first half. Yeah, penalties just killed them. This happened against Denver. They had a drive prior to halftime in that game that, they probably could have scored on, and penalties just backed them up, and they had a 3rd and a mile, and then they, just couldn't convert, and, Denver gets the ball back. And Tomlin even said after that game that you just, with as young as they are and some inexperience at some spots, even with the penalties at that point then, because if not, you keep going with what you got going, but with the penalties, it sets you back. You can't do anything. You can't overcome it. So just that's frustrating. You can't get points off of a turnover. So yeah, Pittsburgh with the punt. Be the 34-yard line for Dallas when we come back 1st and 10 off the 34-yard line. Still tied at 3 here, so. Dallas has 91 to Pittsburgh's 54. Total yards, all 91 to Dak Prescott passing. At least Pittsburgh's balanced a little bit. They have some, rush involved with Fields is 35 yards passing. So just the penalties, man, killed them. You can't capitalize off of the turnover because of the penalties. So just hopefully they don't start turning the ball over themselves, because then they're really going to be screwed like they were last week with all the penalties and then the turnovers. And then it might be a little too late. We'll see. So 1st and 10, from the 34-yard line. Prescott will hand off Ezekiel Elliott, and he gets pushed out of bounds by Peyton Wilson. Zeke, former Buckeye. As there's Art Rooney, and Jerry Jones has arrived in his helicopter. But yeah, you got the Chief, you got Dan, you got Art too, which is Dan's son, but Art Rooney, the Chief, his grandson. Prescott's pass complete and out of bounds. Yeah, they're going to get a face mask call at 15 yards, first down. But Zeke, former Ohio State Buckeye, won the national title, first round pick by the Cowboys. And personal foul, face mask on the defense. on Beanie Bishop, 15 yards, automatic first down. So, yeah, here come the penalties. They're shooting themselves in the foot. But yeah, they had Zeke for a while, and then they let him go. He went to New England for a year, and now he's back in Dallas. His career's on the back end for sure. 1st and 10. After the penalty from the 42. And they'll run an end around CeeDee Lamb. And he gets 2 yards. Beanie Bishop on the tackle. Cam Hayward probably would have had him wrapped up in the backfield, but he slipped and fell because of the field being wet. And some more trash talk. Refs breaking it up. Starting to get chippy. It is. It's a rivalry. I mean, you know this is going to happen. So 2nd and 8 from the 40. Ferguson in motion. Prescott, pass complete to him. And inside the 20, Minka, Peyton Wilson on the tackle, the 15. So Dallas just continuing their last drive, even though they turned it over because they got a stop on defense, and then here they go again. Now Pittsburgh can't get a stop on defense. Just how do you get that wide open in the flat? First and 10 from the 13. Handoff on a draw. Ogunjobi on the tackle. TJ lost his helmet. But this ain't obviously college football, so if you lose your helmet, you get to stay in. You lose your helmet in college, unless there's a penalty, you know, you got to come out. So 2nd and 11 now from the 14, under 10 to play in the first half. Come on, D. Prescott throws it away, incomplete. He's getting pressured. Yeah, Pittsburgh has a ton of edge rushers. TJ Watt, throwing Alex Highsmith, yeah. You got Herbig. I mean, Peyton Wilson at linebacker in the middle with Roberts and Queens playing pretty damn well, too. Yeah. All right. Guyton is hurt on one knee in the middle of the field. Pittsburgh had a chance to potentially draft him rather than Troy Fatanu. They passed, took Fatanu. Obviously, he's hurt. Guyton gets hurt here. But that's the thing. You know what Pittsburgh and Dallas are going to do in the draft. It's either draft offensive linemen, defensive linemen, or linebackers. You know, quarterback when they need it. Running back potentially too. But they'll get their receivers and DBs and everybody else mid to late rounds. Every once in a while, they'll make a splash. I mean, obviously, the Cowboys are always looking to make a splash. Jerry Jones wants all the attention. The problem with the Dallas Cowboys is Jerry Jones, though. I mean, they had to fucking stop practice the other day. I've, cracked 2 jokes about it, if you haven't already, realized, but Jerry Jones in his helicopter, hey, 3rd time's the charm, but, just, there's no need to land your helicopter on the fucking practice field when your team's practicing. You're just showing off. He's in the Hall of Fame because he, was a billionaire, bought the Dallas Cowboys from what they were as America's team. They won the Super Bowls in the 90s. But like I said, what the hell have the Cowboys done since they beat the Steelers in Super Bowl 30, especially in the playoffs? I'll wait to hear a response because it's nothing. They haven't done a damn thing. You know, and that's the fun part come January. Well, the Cowboys are either there and losing or they're not there in general. Steelers haven't had a losing season in 20 years, for God's sakes. They're always there. And they have one more Super Bowl, I might add. But, no, yeah. Like, who the fuck does that? Lands a helicopter on the team's practice field when they're practicing for this game. This wasn't like this happened 5 years ago or in the off season. This happened literally last week. Like, he's literally in his own fucking movie. He wants the attention. That's why whenever, oh, well, the Raiders are going to sign somebody who's been locked up, you know, is the joke. Or the Cowboys, the Raiders, yeah, they'll fucking sign anybody too, just in general to help them out. You know, Al Davis was just that type that whatever's going to help, you know, the team, then do it, so be it. Penalty, back them up, and rightfully so. You know, you want to make the team better. You want to just win, baby, if you will. False start on the Cowboys, 3rd and 16, give me hell yeah. But hopefully the defense can make a stop. Dallas can kick it along field goal here unless they convert and get first down and drive stays alive. But yeah, false start up front. They're calling false starts tonight on both sides. But the Cowboys are always looking to make a splash. You know, they want the attention. So get your popcorn ready. 3rd and 16 from the 19. Handoff on a draw. TJ Watt on the tackle. Fourth down, they'll kick it. But now whether or not they actually do it, that's a different story. Most of the time they do, though. As of late, it's, well, are we paying this guy? You know, because Jerry Jones in his old age is getting greedy with his fucking money. 33-yard field goal from the right hash for Aubrey. This is an extra point, basically. Kicks up in good. So 6-3 Dallas. They lead the Steelers with 8:51 to play in the first half. So after all of that, from the last Cowboy drive, and they turn it over, the Steelers can't convert off of it with points. Can't capitalize. They punt. Dallas continues that drive, basically, on this drive, and they drive and kick a field goal, so 6-3. When they probably should have had a field goal, could have had a field goal on the drive, they turn it over, so it could be 9-3. So Pittsburgh's lucky only to be down 3 rather than 6. Let alone anymore, because, you know, both of their field goal drives could be touchdowns, let alone the drive they, turned it over on could have been a scoring drive too. So it could be worse than 6-3 right now. So they're in a good spot. Lucky to probably be where it's at 6-3, getting the ball back. Down 3 timeouts, 8:51 to play in the half with a 2-minute warning. So we'll see if they can go on a drive and score some points here. Pittsburgh will take a knee in the end zone, touchback. So 1st and 10.
Justin Fields taking over at 30. Well, talk about a little video days. Maybe some video that will praise Justin Fields, Russell Wilson. The last couple of years,
Sunday Night Football always has the vignettes.
we just erase the footage, continue this theme, and get a new start for both of these guys. And the trade brings Justin Fields from Chicago here. Russell Wilson signing a long contract. Neither is under contract for next year. So
Yeah.
winning and discovery of
1st and 10 from the 30. We'll see what happens. Hand off Najee Harris. And 4 yards for him.
4 yards to the 34-yard line. So give me a read as you study this and talk to folks this week on Russ and Fields.
Yeah, well, Mike Tomlin was telling us that maybe if it were a little more dire situation for his team, maybe he brings Russell Wilson
Yep.
up and thinks about it. But it's not dire.
No, not right now. It's not.
His belief
They're
is
winning.
the longer he can wait,
That's what I said. They're going to run with it until the wheels fall off. Hand off Najee Harris. and he gets a first down at the 40. They'll move the sticks. 8-1-4 and counting to play. Flag on the play? No.
As you know, he injured his calf in training camp, re-aggravated it prior to week 1. He told me he ramped it up in practice this week, participating in all the quarterback drills.
So Russ is getting back, but
Be ready to go next week. He stressed
when are they going to play him is the thing.
he's 100%, saying he's very close. Once he's back,
Because there's probably going to be teams that need a quarterback that are going to be calling for him at the trade deadline if he's not playing by then. But they'd be still stupid to move him because it's a good problem to have. You know, with him sitting behind Fields, and if they need to go to him, they need to go to him. Even though he's been the starter, like I said, they're going to run the field until the wheels fall because they're helping him out with the run game and the defense, and they're fucking winning. They should be 4-0 rather than 3-1. Because of turnovers and penalties last week, they ended up losing. And now, turnover they couldn't capitalize off of Dallas. Trailed by 3, penalties hurt them again already, but had a first down, they got a second down, and manageable coming up. Just keep giving yourself a chance. You know, move the football. Some rhythm, balance, consistency. So 2nd and 6. And quarterback design draw on a keeper far side. And Fields going to have a 3rd and a yard as he runs into the Cowboy sideline. And now some more pushing and shoving. The ref's going to break that up. A couple players were ejected earlier for a fight in a 1 o'clock game. Obviously, just Cowboys Steelers, once again, it's going to be chippy. But then just the way the game's played out after the wait with the delay and just a field goal contest right now. Low scoring defense showdown. So 3rd and a yard. Move. Freiermuth will go in motion. They'll make sure it's not an illegal formation. Fields will keep it himself. Right there at the marker should be a first down. He took a hit. It's going to depend on the spot. Maybe get the chain gang out there to measure.
But this is what you get from Justin Fields, and whether he gets this or not.
That's right on the line. That's close. They say 4th down. Can he at least measure?
But you see the competitive nature, the size of the guy, the added element with that ability to run, and nobody's going to be surprised if this
4th and a yard.
big and that's strong.
Not even inches. They're going to go for it. Get up there and sneak it. There's nobody in the middle of the defense. Get up there and fucking sneak it. They're going to try to draw him off sides. Freiermuth in motion. They'll push Fields. He gets the first down. All right. Already on a 3-minute drive here. Almost 4 minutes. Keep it going. Still got half the field to work with, but get some points. Already went for it on 4th and a yard now, and he converted, so let's keep it going.
Great shot that is, right from overhead. Ozzie Smith has been playing well and better as of late, but got undercut by the veteran there.
So 1st and 10 from the 49, out of the gun. And a handoff, Najee Harris. And Naj for 6, maybe 7 up the middle, 2nd down. More trash talk. The refs are letting them play with that. They're not throwing any flags. They're throwing false starts, they're throwing illegal formation, shit like that, but shit's being said, they're, hey, fucking settle it on the field.
You're not going to get all that elite quickness that you would get from a kick returner, but this is what Najee Harris does really well.
So 2nd and 4, Jefferson in motion.
Fits in perfectly.
Maybe take a shot. 2nd and 4, handoff Naj again. Nowhere to go. 3rd down. No, I don't take a shot. At least, well, 3rd and 5, you'll want to get the first down because you're right on the cusp of field goal range. You know. I mean, yeah, his offense is Steeler football. You know, ground and pound, play action. Are we going? If we don't get it, what's that? They're trying to figure out if they want to go for it on 4th and short. They don't convert here on 3rd and 5. We'll see. I already went for it on 1 4th down. Why not again? Fields rolls out, airs it out, and intended for Pickens, but incomplete. Now 4th and 5. You'll probably punt and play field position, try to pin him deep. Yeah. Here comes the punt unit rather than... If you would have got 3 yards on that, 4 yards, 4th and another yard or 2, like the 4th and inches it just was on this drive a little bit ago, then yeah, you probably do go for it. Maybe kick a long field goal, but from the 44 on 4th and 5, no, you'll punt. And a delay of game. All right, false start. Whether that was intentional or, you know, they actually false started, you know, jumped early. And, you know, obviously they've been calling that already tonight anyway. But just to give them some more room, you know, punt here, pin them deep inside the 10, coffin corner this sucker. And Chris Collinsworth is drawing on the screen. So it'll be fair call at the 15. So been a 5-yard difference. It would have been a touchback, you know, down to the 20, but obviously would have liked it to be a little bit deeper. But yeah, all the way with 3:05 to play in the first half. Dallas leads 6-3, getting the ball back. Steeler defense needs to stop. That drive to get points, the drive before that to get points off the turnover would have been nice too, but punted on both of them, have a field goal early, you know, time possession is going to be about the same. But you just went on a 5-minute drive and didn't get a damn thing. So that sucks, that hurts. Jerry's eating rice too, by the way. But if they can get a stop before halftime, somehow get the ball back with some time and timeouts, you know, they'll have 3, obviously 2-minute warning, but 3:05 to play. We'll see if they get it before or after. The Steelers are going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, Rice. So, yeah, we'll see. Just see how it plays out here, and we'll go from there. Leave it at that.
I think it needs to... It's just heavy. Dogs, it's go time.
If only there were backups in real life.
What the fuck?
At least there's Progressive to protect your home and auto.
Steelers had a fashion show on Friday night. Dump off, Watt on the tackle, pick up 6, 2nd and 4. Got some grass in the helmet. He doesn't care, he's leaving it there. But teammates are picking it out for him. Just follow the ball. Follow the ball. That's what Franco was told by Joe Paul at Penn State. Always follow the ball. And then Franco, after college into the NFL, you know, caught the immaculate reception. Pass incomplete near side. And Hayward might have been held too, once again. And bull rushed and Still couldn't get to him, but forced a throwaway, so it's incomplete. Third down. Yeah, that's the defense. Yep. Pittsburgh might have jumped. Nope. Play clock winding down. Dallas made a timeout. Nope. And Prescott going deep far side, wide open. Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
So this is Minka Fitzpatrick in the middle of the field, I believe. And Minka got a little caught up with the tight end.
How? Seriously. How does that happen?
I just think he got distracted.
And yeah, now the 2-minute warning.
I think I messed up, hey. I don't think I can walk away from football.
Say less. I got you. Jason Daniel Kelsey, welcome back to football.
This is a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Exactly. Where you watch all the games while stuck in your face with, like, the greatest wings.
So yeah, 2 minutes to play in the first half. Just gave a big play. Dallas in field goal range again. Force another kick. Be down 6. Still one score. Because you give it a touchdown, you're going to be down 10. Going into halftime, whether you're getting the ball back or not to begin the second half, and you do anything or not, then you're still going to be down early mid-third quarter. And then you're going to need to stop in the second half somehow, some way to win the game. Defense is getting to Prescott, but not only that strip sack, fumble, just points, like I said, off that would have been nice. Even points off the last drive, get a little closer, kick a field goal. But 6-3, give a big play now. Yeah, force another kick if you can. Obviously, if not, you're just going to have to play catch up. And like I said, you're down 2 scores then. Going into half, potentially, even if you do anything early third quarter or not, but force a kick, you're down 9-3. Maybe you do something still with some time before half if, you can force a quick kick, but they got a first down with 2 minutes to play now. So, doubtful. So it's going to be probably 9-3, 13-3 at halftime. And then, early third quarter, you get the ball back. If it's 9-3, okay, cut the lead 9-6. Get another 9 with another field goal of your own later. If it's 9-3, you score, it's 10-9, you have a lead, then you have, something on your side. Just 2 minutes to play in the first half here. 6-3 Cowboys from 31-yard line. Pittsburgh's got to get a stop, force another kick, or somehow get them on field goal range. Handoff on a draw, and Elliott on the tackle. And as I said, the first month of the season, they run a screen near side, Wilson on the tackle, but they get the first down at the 20 in the meantime. Pittsburgh switched up and changed scenery in the secondary. They still have Joey Porter Jr., they got Dante Jackson, still have Minka, Sean Elliott, Beanie Bishop. So they have Cam Sutton, but he's suspended. He'll be back. But it's TJ Watt off the edge. It's Hayward in the middle. Linebackers are, playing well. Remember, they still have Cole Holcomb too. But remember, he got hurt last November on a Thursday night with a knee injury and hasn't played since. So him, Peyton Wilson, rookie out of NC State, playing well. Still have Watt. Picked off in the end zone. There you go. Dante Jackson with the turnover. Now, is it going to be marked a touchback, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh at the 20? Or is it going to be down to the 1 where he looked to have stepped out, and then now they got to go 99 yards in 51 seconds with 3 timeouts to, get some points? And yeah, crank it. Ooh, yeah. Little Brett Michaels, little poison with the turnover. Trump was back in Butler yesterday. That's where Brett's from. Obviously, also Mechanicsburg. Pittsburgh going to Philly later on this year. It's Sheets over Wawa and Yins over whatever they say. Water, it's water. But Steelers, Cowboys, another turnover in the red zone. I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything off of it, though, with where they're at the 1 and, only 51 seconds, needing a big play of their own to maybe get points before halftime. I doubt it. Just you're going to have to get breathing room. Even with 3 timeouts, 51 seconds ain't much with where you're at. If they're at the 30, that'd be a different story. 99 yards to score a touchdown. I mean, you don't need 99. You just need to get in, field goal range. So we'll see how many problems they have on this drive. But another turnover in the red zone for the Cowboys. Pittsburgh couldn't capitalize off the last one. Ended up punting. Pittsburgh might not be able to capitalize off of this either. Just because we're going to be going to the halftime. But then at least, they'll have time possession on their side. They'll have some momentum. They'll be getting the ball back to begin the second half, as I was just saying, and then, maybe do something then. But a 2-for-1, if somehow, some way they could get some points off of this, that would be huge. I'll take a field goal. And I know 99 yards is going to be tough in 51 seconds, even with 3 timeouts. You're starting at the 1. If it was a touchback, starting at the 20, that's better. Now, they might look at it, see a replay of it, but yeah, picked off Dante Jackson at the goal line, maybe at the 2-yard line rather than the 1, but they mark him at the 1. Just a mistake, obviously, by Dallas, but you're obviously, going to want to return that, but here they are showing a replay of it too. You need to get some breathing room here first, because a 2-for-1 would be nice. Get points before halftime, tie it up to 6, take a lead with a touchdown. You get the ball back early third quarter. Pressure's on Dallas to do something. They've already turned the ball over. And like I said, with turnovers, potentially, determining the outcome of this game, they say at the 2-yard line now, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Just don't take a safety. And Aaron Champling for a yard. We'll see if they're in any hurry to call the timeouts. Dallas has 2, Pittsburgh with 3. At Dallas, maybe. Yeah, Dallas was their second timeout. Remember, they would have the third, but that challenge they lost timeout there. Or else they still might get the ball back. 48 seconds, but yeah, turnovers. Whoever doesn't turn the ball over is going to win this game. Dallas with, 2 turnovers, and yeah, but couldn't capitalize off the first. Probably won't be able to capitalize off this just with the time, even with the timeouts, but where they're at field position-wise, they got a ways to go. They need a big play. And that's why I said if they can get a big play, get a spark, get a 2-for-1, get some points now, points early third quarter, pressure's on Dallas, you have a lead, defense is playing well, get more turnovers, you run the ball, work clock, you're going to win. 2nd and 9. And 3 yards on the run, but 3rd down. Timeout Dallas, their 3rd and final. 45 seconds. So, hell, shit, they might even get the ball back. So it doesn't look like Pittsburgh's going to do anything off the turnover, as thought, just because of the, spot. They're starting, way back. Up against the goal line, up against the end zone. Just want to play it safe, though. You don't want to take a safety. You don't want to do anything stupid yourself. Don't turn it over either. So, Just frustrating with 2 turnovers defensively, and they can't get any points off of it. And they're going to trail. Unless Fields airs it out, which he won't. He'll hand off. And it'll be 4th and a yard, but yeah, that's just going to drain the clock because Dallas can't call any more timeouts. And the game clock's under the play clock. And as they just reset it, there you go. 2-second differential. So Pittsburgh's in a good spot. Probably lucky to be only down 6-3 because it could be a hell of a lot worse. Dallas with 2 field goals. You know, those could be touchdown drives. Has also turned the ball over twice in the red zone. You know, those could be points, you know, scored on their end, whether that's 2 more field goals at 12, whether that's, you know, a mixture of anything, a max of 4 touchdowns. Yeah, stop kicking our own ass. Penalties, yep. What I tell you. Yep. And then even with the turnovers, they can't capitalize, and then the time and where the ball's at right here. So, no, he's stellar. He's stout. It's not a lightning strike. Well, we had a lot of those before the game. Hence why we're only at halftime right now at 11 after 11. So say your prayers. Pittsburgh comes back and wins this game against the Dallas Cowboys here tonight. And Steelers will get the ball to begin the second half, down 6-3. So they'll show off some highlights the next 10 minutes or so from earlier today. We already recapped. We already previewed both college football and the NFL. So we're not getting into that like we normally would. We'll just talk about this first half, update some stats and scores, preview what's to come in the second half, as we normally would as well, and then go from there. So it's 6-3 at halftime. Pittsburgh's getting the ball to begin the second half. Like I said, they're lucky to only be down 6-3 right now. You know, they have 3 points, maybe 6, nothing more. You know, the maybe 6 would have been the drive. They went for it on 4th down, got it, but then didn't go for it again on 4th and 5 just because, I mean, you know, you want to play field position. You get the ball back, though, after the Dallas drive again, but they, you know, couldn't do anything with it just because of the time and, you know, where the ball's at and so on and so forth, and the clock just runs out. Even though Dallas did try to stop it, you know, they didn't get the ball back. So, yeah, 6-3. They have a 41-yard field goal. Maybe 6 points. That's it. You know, they need to score touchdowns. But it's a field goal game, you know, so take your points. If, you know, Dallas, like I said, those 2 field goal drives are touchdowns. You know, you're looking at 14. You're looking at 10. You know, you're looking at the 6 it is. But then the 2 turnover drives. You're looking at a max of 28 points and being down 28-3. But they already beat the Falcons, like the Patriots also did in Super Bowl 51. So, you know, they're lucky to be down 6-3. You know, only holding to 6 points because of 2 turnovers. But those 2 turnover drives, once more, very well could be scoring drives. Whether those are all touchdowns, whether those are all field goals at 12, a mixture of both. You know, you're looking at, you know, 13-20 maybe, you know, maybe 24, 23-ish, you know, somewhere in there. Like I said, 28 a max, 6 at what it is. Nothing would be nice. You're 1-3 nothing then after a weather delay, but yeah, it's 6-3. They're lucky to have it at 6-3, but like Mike Tomlin said, they're kicking their own ass. They need to stop doing that. You know, the penalties, killers. Seriously. And we'll get to the official number here in a minute once it updates, and for the yardage. But the one drive with the penalties, the one drive they couldn't capitalize off the first Dallas turnover, and then this last drive they couldn't capitalize, off of the other Dallas turnover with the interception. I get that one just because of the time and field position. They ran it 3 times. Dallas tried to stop the clock, but no. And then you have ball at the 1-2 yard line to the 10 maybe. But with 3 timeouts in your pocket, like I said, you need an explosive play. If they would have got it, then okay. But you don't want to continue to shoot yourselves in the foot. They have with penalties, but that's nothing new. That is nothing new. They've been doing that all season long to this point. And last week it hurt them. That's why they lost. But it was more so the turnovers. Tonight, at least not turning the ball over. Dallas is, and like I said at the start, turnovers, with this game being one out front, special teams game, turnovers are going to decide who wins and loses this game. Whoever doesn't turn the ball over is going to win. Dallas has 2 turnovers at halftime, so Pittsburgh could have capitalized off of them. Especially that one drive. They could have had points on them. I know they punt it. Last one, I get it. It's just right before halftime. Got a ways to go. They don't do anything off of it. So, that's where we're at halftime, 6-3. It is a quarter after 11. This game should be fucking over with. But because of the weather delay, we're just now at halftime. So we're about, like I said, an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes behind. Even though we are live. This is live TV. And this is, in fact, my live play, watch along reaction stream, live right here on YouTube with NFL, Sunday Night Football, Dallas Cowboys, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So thanks for tuning in and watching. As always, in the rest of Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. It's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram with the red subscribe button. Notification bell next to it as well. Stay up to date. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying. Thumbs up button if you're hoping for Steelers to come back and win this game. Share, hashtag NFL, hashtag Cowboys, hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. And at halftime, it is 6-3. So, as this video is also powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Be sure to go check them out. Also, links in the description below. But first off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors and Kenner tub form shakers and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use code Luke, that's LUKE123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts secondhand resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, 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 for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hunger, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. And once you go check that out, if that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says, at Dead and Hungry. So be sure to go do all that if you haven't done so already, along with also scanning the QR code behind me. So at halftime, 6-3 Cowboys lead the Steelers, as mentioned. Get back to the third quarter here shortly. Dak Prescott, 15 of 20, 188 yards passing, sacked once, has the interception just prior to halftime. They have 10 carries, 23 yards rushing in the first half. CeeDee Lamb, 453 receiving, Tolbert, 252, Ferguson has 3 catches, 39 yards, Turpin, 316. So, and then Dak also has the fumble. But Pittsburgh with 2 turnovers defensively, no points off of it. And Snoop Dogg's a diehard Steeler fan. Yeah, the 70s for the Steeler Nation. You know, hey kid, catch. But Cowboys, Steelers, and Snoop Dogg in the booth for NBC.
What's it been like for you? Bring a little sports view.
I did. I brought some of my football coaching tactics to the voice, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like each player should be coached. You know,
And obviously the crossover on NBC with Sunday Football and The Voice. Yeah. But then they have Carrie Underwood, who won American Idol, you know, do the intro.
to make everything beautiful.
Check it out. Mondays
But-
and Tuesdays, The Voice on NBC. I'll give you a little hint. There's a surprise guest on The Voice tomorrow night.
It is a surprise.
Check it out. Great seeing you, Snoop.
Love you, Mike.
Second half coming up here.
So,
With Snoop
second half coming up.
at the confluence of the three
Get back to it. But yeah, 6-3. Those are your Cowboy stats. Steelers in the first half. Justin Fields, is this right? 4-9, 35 yards. I guess so. Sacked 3 times as well. At least they have a running game. 18 carries, 70 yards as a team. Naj, 8 of 27. Fields, 4 of 20. So Snoop was just in the booth, so rolling up. Champlain, 4 of 14. That's better than what he was last week. Jonathan Ward, 2 of 9. They got to open up this passing attack, though, man. I mean, so I said 4-9, 35 yards in the first half. Is that right? Obviously. Naj is a catch for 15 yards. Pickens a catch for 8. Hayward a catch for 7. And Darnell Washington 1 for 5. All right. TJ Watt, 5 total tackles. Half a sack with Herbig. So the 1 full sack to the 2 of them. They have 2 tackles for loss as well. Herbig with 1, Ogunjobi with 1 as well. Dante Jackson has the interception. Boswell's 41-yard field goal is good, so that's his 3 points. And the Steelers 3 points, down 3 at halftime, 6-3 to the Dallas Cowboys. Waitman's 3 punts averaging out and not so good. Overall team stats, so I mean, if they can play field position game, continue around the football, open up the passing game, stop the run as they are, continue to get after Dak Prescott, force mistakes with the pressure, force turnovers, control the clock as best and most they can. They already are by 3 minutes, 16-11 to 13-49. 5 penalties apiece. They're calling it down the middle. 5 for 30 on the Cowboys and 5 for 25 against the Steelers. 5 for 35, against the Steelers. So, they should be fine then at that point. But they got to do something this third quarter, They got to do something on this opening drive. They got to get some points, whether that's a field goal, whether that's a touchdown, take the lead. I don't care. You got to get points. Because if not, you're just going to continue to be playing catch up as you are, and have been from the start of this game, even with the delay. That's no excuse. Dallas was in the same boat. And, I mean, both teams did come out slinging. They both drove and kicked field goals. Then they punted, and then chaos has ensued. It's gotten chippy. A couple turnovers. Pittsburgh no points off those turnovers. Neither team that good on third down. Dallas 2 of 6. Pittsburgh 1 of 7. They're 1 of 1 on fourth down though. Have 1 less play at 31 to 30. But yeah, the total yards with the passing. I mean, Dak 179 passing yards to 23 rushing. They have 202 total yards, but Pittsburgh only has 89 with 70 rushing and 19 passing. So they got to start airing it out, continue to run the football, and not shoot themselves in the foot with any turnovers themselves. They haven't yet, knock on wood, hopefully not, but cut down on the penalties and get pressure. Get more turnovers, capitalize off those turnovers. Give yourself a chance. Get this game into the fourth quarter. Oh, mama, wave those towels, and maybe another turnover or two to get points off of for sure, and then seal it. Just find a way to win this game. So that's where we're at. 6-3 at halftime. And Pittsburgh getting the ball back to begin the second half. So I'll leave it at that. Downtown Pittsburgh. Science Field, not Acrisure Stadium. Might as well just start calling it Three Rivers again. So Cowboys on to kick off, and here we go in the second half at almost 11:30. Steelers on the return. And to the 27 he goes. So, see what Pittsburgh native Cowboy head coach Mike McCarthy had to say.
Well, the biggest thing is, went through all the corrections and obviously removed the ball. We need points.
Yeah. They need points. The Steelers need points. Everybody needs points. Where's Oprah at?
Well, we got 7-man rotation. Obviously, one of our linebackers may have to jump in there a little bit at the open end, but our guys are doing a good job keeping the 3 on the board.
So 1st and 10 from the 28. Fake the toss. Fields rolls out. Voids a sack. Gonna step up and run. Gets drilled as he gets rid of it. Intended for Hayward, but he got knocked. And a penalty for a late hit. Thank you. Maybe targeting. He got decked, man. In midair, too. Let's see a replay of that.
This is one of those old-fashioned deep cleaners right here.
Yeah, just boom. Yeah, that's targeting. Clearly leading with his head. Hit him right in the face mask. But Fields got up. He's fine. What's the call? Timeout for medical. Personal foul, roughing the passer on the defense. 15 yards, automatic first down. Did he say offense? Did he mean defense? Timeout for medical. They're going to look at Justin Fields. So yeah, Kyle Allen's going to be in at quarterback because they're going to make sure he doesn't have a concussion. And then if Kyle Allen would get hurt and Fields ain't good to go, that means Russell Wilson gets to go in because he's the emergency third-string quarterback. So they're checking out Fields.
It's almost hard to believe you wouldn't have to take a look at him after that hit.
But because of the penalty, they say medical timeout rather than he's injured, he doesn't have to come out. But because of the penalty, and he got up and he was fine, medical timeout, they're giving him time to check him out to see if he can stay in the game. Because if not, then they're going to pull him, and then Kyle Allen's in. And then if he gets hurt, that's when Russ goes in. Because he's the emergency third-string quarterback. So you just saw Russ take off his headset, and he's going to, start to get warmed up. Potentially if he has to go in. Fields is in the huddle. It looks like he's fine. He's good to go. He's not fucking moving his fingers around, lying on the damn turf like Tua. He seems fine. He's good to go. Go. Play. Yeah. And now they're pulling Justin Fields. So number 2 must leave the game. So now Kyle Allen's in the ball game at quarterback. If he gets hurt and Fields ain't good to go, that's when Russ gets to go in. Fields in the blue tent. They're going to check him out real quick. He's fucking fine. So Kyle Allen's starting to warm up. Yeah, he's been around. But I don't even want to think this, let alone say it, but do they, because any other team would be doing it, do they fake an injury with him just to get Russ in? Out of the eye, Kyle Allen under center. They'll run the ball. 1st and 10, they'll run the ball here because Fields will be on the next play if he's good to go. I'm trying to buy some time. But Russ is starting to warm up on the sideline. Handoff, Najee Harris. And 5-6 yards for him. So running again.
Yeah, and that's I mean, you would think that's sort of a core strategy here, right? With all the edge players being.
And Kyle Allen didn't look bad in the preseason. He didn't. I get they didn't win at all in the preseason, losing to Houston, Buffalo, and Detroit. But 2nd and 5, hey, running again. Wear him out. Control this clock. Jefferson in motion. I mean, maybe get him a pass, get him in some rhythm, but you don't want to turn it over. They will throw it down the middle. They're confident in him. Freiermuth down the seam, 1st down. There you go. His first catch of the night. And then maybe a late hit. You can't pick somebody up and throw him down on the ground like that. And now out comes Kyle Allen and back in Justin Fields. And the crowd likes it. Yeah, that works for sure. Get back to the run game, go back to the tight ends, take a shot. Where's Pickens at tonight? You know? They got to get points on this drive, I'm telling you, man. Jefferson in motion. See if he can move on up for some yards. He really hasn't done much. Fields. Pass complete. Speak of the devil. Van Jefferson. Former Super Bowl winning receiver with the LA Rams. Had to literally run to the hospital after the game to see the birth of his child. 2nd and 3 from the 26. Fields looking to throw again. Down the middle. Caught at the 15. 1st down. And back to Van Jefferson again. There you go. Back-to-back catches for him. So 1st and 10 from the 15. Here they go. Hurry up. Fake the run. Pass complete Freiermuth, but he might be losing a couple yards. They'll wind the clock. We'll see where they mark it. But 2nd down.
So if you heard the starting lineup when the guys say their own name, he says Pat Freiermuth, the U in there. But our fans say, ooh, Freiermuth, right? So we asked him, we talked to him on Friday.
How do you say your name?
Can you say your name properly? He
Yeah.
said, Freiermuth. I said, okay.
Freiermuth.
Say it on the air, get everybody ringing. No, we can't do that to the people.
That's Fryer. Move. Like Heath.
So he remains Freiermuth, he remains a very good tight end.
2nd down and 11 at the 16. Yeah, we are. Out of the pistol. Fields. Pass caught. Hayward. Touchdown. There you go. You needed points on that opening drive. They drive and score. Take their first lead tonight. Back to the defense. Keep getting after Prescott. Stop the run. Force pressure. Force turnovers. Score off of those. Unlike you couldn't do in the first half. And boom. Just find a way to hold the lead you have now. Tack on to it, obviously. Score as much as you possibly can. But just win. And, you know, from Justin Fields to Kyle Allen making a completion on that drive to Chris Boswell kicking the extra point. Oh, God. Oh, he made it just barely. It looked like it was going to be no good wide right. Because I was going to say then, well, shit, it's 9-6. You know, and then it's back to a field goal game. Even though they score, you know, they still only have a 3-point lead. But no, extra point is up and good. It hooked in right at the end. And now they lead 10-6. With the Justin Fields passing touchdown to Connor Hayward, Cam's little brother, at the H-back Swiss Army knife position. That Patterson's also at, but obviously injured this evening and out after suffering that injury last week. You know, Fields had 3 touchdowns last week. Boswell had a field goal. He had 24 points. All that was in the second half. Here they go again. more second half performance, unlike in the first half. They opened it up. They're running the ball well, better than Dallas is. That might be a difference in this game when it's all said and done too. Pittsburgh can run the football, Dallas can't, and Dallas turned the ball over and Pittsburgh didn't. And whether or not, one of these teams is winning or losing when it's all said and done. So, Fields is 7-12, 52 yards. Well, I'm going to be more than that now. 68 yards, yeah. 8-13, 68 yards and a touchdown. So add one more attempt with the completion and the yardage for the score. And here's the highlight of it. Yeah, they doubled the motion near side, had trips out of the pistol from the 16, so it's a 16-yard passing touchdown. Wide open at the 5-yard line, and then dives in the end zone, touchdown, throws the ball into the stands. So, yeah, 10-6, 11:50 to play in the third quarter. Momentum on their side. Obviously, crowds into it, as they always are. And back to getting a stop on defense. Just get a stop. Like I said, pressure into the turnover. Continue to stop the run. They've done that. Run the ball yourself. Whether that's Field, whether that's Harris. Yeah. Just keep giving yourself a chance. That was a big drive. It was a big touchdown for sure. And then just think, they have points off of the two Cowboy turnovers in the first half. They have more than they have right now, but 10-6 early third quarter. Cowboys touchback. 1st and 10 of the 30, as they now trail for the first time tonight. And now they're shooting themselves in the foot, kicking themselves because of the turnovers in the red zone. They could have had, points there. Not once, but twice. And, have a big lead, or at least have a little bit of a lead. And there's tension on the Cowboys' offense, it looks like. Yeah, 1st and 10 of the 30. And over the middle, it's caught. And Tolbert first down at the 40.
It's just so hard for Minka Fitzpatrick to sit back in the middle of the field. It really is. He wants to be down in the action, and yet because they gave up so many big plays a year ago, they've been playing him more in the center field portion. But now here they come in. They have HopeKThrifts in the game. He plays for the Saints.
So from the 40, 1st and 10, over the middle, incomplete. Minka on the coverage. No flag. So 2nd and 10. Yeah, Chris Collinsworth just mentioned HopeKThrifts as well. He's somebody who had a good year last year, got suspended later on in the year because of a hit, and then just rotation-wise early so far this season has been there, but not so much as before. But handoff and a big hit, Hayward, and missed who that also was on the tackle, but I believe one of the safeties. I believe Deshaun Elliott. He's been in the middle of a lot of stuff tonight. But a big 3rd and 5 now. Can they get off the field? Just get off the field. Force a punt. I don't need a turnover. Turnover would be nice. Just force a punt. Don't give a big play. Down the middle. Guess what? Big play. God damn it. Turpin brought down by HopeKThrifts and Beanie Bishop. Jesus Christ. But hey, guess what? Dallas in the red zone, they've turned the ball over tonight. So now get a turnover off of them. Force a kick. Hold your lead at 10-6, 10-9. Even if you do give them a touchdown, you're down 3 as you just were, you're going to get the ball back with a chance to tie it at 13. Let alone retake a lead. So just try to get some stops. There's still a lot of football to be played. Just one play at a time, but just try to get some stops. From the 21, 1st and 10. Obviously not technically in the red zone just yet. They're not inside the 20, but a yard out. And slant, batted down, incomplete. So 2nd and 10. Come on, defense. Yeah. Sean Elliott's 25, Dante Jackson's 26. He's been playing well tonight. And Prescott gets sacked. Herbig and TJ Watt. There's a flag on the play, though. Maybe a hold. Hopefully a hold. Did you decline the penalty then because of the sack? Yeah. Holding. Penalty's declined because you take the sack. It's 3rd down. Yep. Because I was going to say maybe a face mask on the sack, but yeah. I mean, that's just how good TJ Watt is. He's being held, and he still gets to the quarterback and sacks his ass. That's a good one. From the 28, 3rd and 17. And over the middle, it's caught, but hit right away. Minka on the tackle, and Jake Ferguson at the 20, 30, about a 37, 38-yard field goal for Dallas, coming up to cut it to 1 at 10-9.
It's just so frustrating playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. You think you're doing well, you're moving the ball, you're making big plays, and
So Aubrey's good on 2 field goals already. Defense, yeah, bending, but not breaking, forcing a kick once again. And it's blocked. It's blocked. Don't touch it. Fuck. But they recovered anyway. They blocked the field goal. There you go. There's an even bigger spark. Now you definitely got to score off of this. Who was it? Loudermilk, 92, was left paw. Danny Smith, special teams coach, loving it. Go to break, 10-6 still. The Steelers are getting the ball back. This is their game to lose now at this rate. I mean, come on. There's that announcer, Jake. He's already 2 for 2. Here's the 3rd one. Well, hey, 3rd time wasn't charm there, buddy. Pittsburgh blocks it. Going to get the ball back. Yeah, you don't want to touch it. It's just a dead ball. It's just you're going to get it there. But if you do, you're going to get it wherever you're covered at then. I mean, it's just going to be a couple yard difference. We'll see officially where they mark it, spotted at. But it's going to be Steeler ball, 1st and 10 with a 4-point lead. So now since halftime, down 6-3, they're still running the ball. Fields starting to air it out. Even went to Kyle Allen for a play just because Fields got pulled because of a potential injury on a roughing the passer, which they called. But they still pulled him out just to be safe. They ran it. Allen then with a completion of Freiermuth. Fields comes back in. They run it. Passing touchdown to Connor Hayward. Defense gets after Prescott some more. Even with holding up front, they sack his ass again. And then, Dallas with 2 turnovers in the red zone, kick a 38-yard field goal, and now it's blocked. So you have even more of a spark. You have even more momentum now on your side because the defenses continue to make stops. Even special teams now on top of that. Settling for 3, taking their points, but a blocked field goal to give yourself another chance at 10-6 to extend your lead. Whether that's 13-6 is a 1-score game, then pressures on Dallas to tie it. They wouldn't go for 2. They tied at 13, let alone, okay, you score here, go up 17-6. That's 11. That's 2 possessions. That's a touchdown and a 2-point, a field goal. Going into the 4th quarter, and then your defense going to try to continue to get after them and probably will, I mean, it might be ball game at that point. You know, obviously it ain't over until it's over, but Pittsburgh is now in a good spot. When earlier they were in an okay spot, they were lucky to only be down 6-3. But because they drove and scored early third quarter and got points when they needed to, and now they get another stop on defense from 2 turnovers to no points, but a blocked field goal, we'll see what they get out of this. Because points would be even more crucial on this drive to extend your lead. Just not take a lead, extend your lead, make it 2 possessions. They run a screen and a good block. Najee Harris out past the 40 to the 45 and pushed out of bounds around the 48. A big play. There you go. There you go. As we're about ready to start burning the midnight oil. Pittsburgh striking while the iron's hot and gonna forge. Get some points on this drive. They're the Steelers, for God's sakes. You know, like I said, this might be even a bigger drive to get some points rather than the drive coming out of halftime. You know, just not taking a lead, but extending your lead here to make it 2 scores. Empty set from the 47. Fields. And incomplete, out of bounds. 2nd and 10. They probably could have got a hold up front on that. Maybe an intentional grounding as well, but incomplete, 2nd and 10, so you play on, but just keep it going. You know, you don't want to lose this momentum. You don't, because you might not get it back. You want to try to keep it up. Just one play at a time. Maybe, like I said, take a shot here before too long. If you get 2nd and 10 to 3rd and 4, you know, yeah, you want to get 5 yards and a first down, but you're right around midfield. That's what I'm saying. Take a shot before too long. Pass complete, and guess what? It's going to be fucking 3rd and 4, complete to Austin. We'll see officially. It's going to be 3rd and manageable, but just get a first down and then go deep. I'm telling you, put the dagger. Well, that pass incomplete near side to Pickens, and now they're going to have to punt. God damn, they can't do anything off of a blocked field goal either. So they can get a field goal on their opening drive. They can score on the opening drive of the second half and take their first lead, but they can't score off of the 2 turnovers, and they can't score off of a blocked field goal. And now they're going to have to punt and play field position. So back to the defense needing a stop. Jesus Christ. So fair catch. Ball gonna bounce. Into the end zone. Almost a touchback. Got a flag on the play. We'll see what that is. During the kick. Got a hold on the return. Yeah, you take it. So it'd be half the distance from the 20 on the touchback. So it'll be 1st and 10 Dallas. So the 10 when we come back. Down 4, 10-6, 7:23 to play in this 3rd quarter. They put a Ferris wheel on the bridge. So that's frustrating even more. They can't get points off of that. At least they flip field. You know, at least, you know, defense going to go back out there with momentum, you know, still for the most part on their side. Dak's run for 240. Well, 2 turnovers were killing them, or else they'd have a lead, and maybe a big one at that. But the Steelers had a big play on that drive. It was a screen to Najee Harris, and then nothing afterwards. So the drive stalls, they punt, and they can't get anything off of a blocked field goal. So, just frustrating. Yeah, just frustrating. Because that's just points left off the board, potentially. You know, because Dallas has left points off the board, 3 at least. on the blocked field goal, but then even more on the 2 turnovers in the red zone. But Pittsburgh points off of those Dallas mistakes. Yeah, and then it's nothing. It's just with what you have already at 10-6. So, man. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Defense needing their stop, obviously, which they should be able to get, but you just don't know. You know, obviously hoping for it, but you just don't know. So, there's some images in the scrapbook of the Cowboys-Steelers rivalry is, back in the glory days. But come on, defense. 1st and 10 from the 10. 10-6 Steelers, 7 and change to play in the third. Handoff on a draw. So Dallas is going to try to establish a running game because they don't have one really. And it's just the nostalgia. Yeah, it's who they are. And it's, what people know them to be. Yep. Like I said, you either like them or you hate them. From the 16, second, 4, and they're all over, you know, the fan bases. Handoff on a draw again, and 4 yards. So 3rd and yard. Like, you could have the Cowboys and Steelers, you know, play in North Korea, Russia, you know, dangerous places on Earth, let alone Antarctica, the fucking North Pole. Santa Claus would get to watch, but fans would still show up. They would. That's just how diehard and loyal they are, and rightfully so, as they should be. Run again, they get the first down. So 6 minutes to play in the third. We'll update some stats here in a minute. Yeah. Yep. Pass over the middle, incomplete. Yeah, it's true. Laid back compared to all 3-piece suit, yeah. Mike Tomlin says, you can't see me, but windshield. Let's wipe. Let's probably swim through some blocks. Let's make some fucking tackles. Off the edge, Herbig, pass over the middle, complete though. Ferguson, first down, Dallas. You better be quick getting rid of the ball.
He's the one that got contact on the outside against Dak, and he's now coming out. But if you're going to play these guys, Dak, you have to get the ball out that quick. You know, we've seen it all night long, that if he doesn't, he gets hit, and that ball comes.
Prescott hands off. Watt trying to punch it out, missed the tackle. And then they do finally wrap him up. The Marvin Leal. Joey Porter on the tackle.
And I like the patience of this here because he's got his blocking over here on the backside. Give them a chance.
Yeah, and then they cut back on a misdirection. Yeah, Benton missed one too. Minka with Leal and Peasy, GPJ on the stop. So from the 47, 1st and 10. And a late whistle. Timeout, false start. Delay game. Got a flag and a false start. 5 yards, they'll back them up. And Herbig's going to the blue tent with a little bit of a limp. So hopefully he's okay. Obviously, they're already down Alex Highsmith. Watt's on the sideline, getting a breather. So it's next man up. We'll see who's coming off the edge. If anybody. Might have to move some backers. Maybe some guys on the inside, move them out. Another false start by the Dallas Cowboy offense. And yeah, back them up again. This crowd with the noise getting to them. Let's go. Leal is coming off the one edge with Benton and Loudermilk in the middle. Yeah, so they just rotated. They just moved some guys. And over the middle, caught again. Patrick Queen on the stop. TJ dousing himself on the sideline. Give me a towel. Jeremiah Moon on the other side. Another former Raven. So 2nd and 12. Prescott, pass caught. Tolbert, but Joey Porter on the stop with Queen as well right away. 3 minutes to play in this third quarter. 4-point game, 10-6. Big third down coming up. Come on, defense. I don't know what Herbig would have done. Hurt his ankle, hurt his right leg, it looked like, somehow. TJ back in there. Big 3rd and 5. See if they can get pressure and get a stop. And Prescott far side, it's caught. And Jackson on the tackle.
And there's no doubt that Dak Prescott has great affection as a receiver for Jalen Tolbert. He's the guy that spent a ton of time with him.
They might have probably got away with a defensive hold too.
There were some doubts, would he ever become what they thought? But I think this year now, especially that Brandon Cooks in there.
So 1st and 10 from the 41. And Prescott all day to throw, pump fakes a couple times. And then near side, they say catch, incomplete. It was almost picked off. All right. Incomplete with 2 minutes to play down the third. So we got a 2-minute stoppage with the incompletion. Yeah, that's incomplete. Yeah. At 2-minute warning in the second quarter, it was prior to halftime. 2 minutes to play in the third quarter because of the incompletion, but we'll still have 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning. With 2 minutes to play in the actual game. And Herbig's, god damn it, going into the locker room. Shit. So they just have TJ now coming off the edge. And they're already down Highsmith. So it's going to be Moon. And, like I said, maybe they move some backers. Probably be Peyton Wilson to the edge if they're not moving D linemen out to the other side to get that pressure. Because if you move a backer, you can move somebody from the secondary up to the linebacker, put somebody else in corner or safety. But that's a hold. Oh my God. And Prescott just tripped and fell. And 4th down at the 40 coming up. Yeah, Hayward was being held the whole entire time. And Dak can't hear in his helmet. So he's going to get a towel, and we're going to see what the penalty is. But holding, oh, come on. Call holding on Pittsburgh, holding up front the whole entire play. Where? Cam Hayward was being held. Beanie Bishop, all right. Maybe a little bit, but what can you do? How's that not a hold on 70? All right. So they luck out, get a 1st and 10. Dak gets his helmet fixed with the audio, with the communication. And they run it, 2nd down coming up. So under a minute to play in this 3rd quarter. Defense needs another stop. I mean, we'll see if they get it. They've already got 2 turnovers in the red zone and just blocked a field goal in the last Cowboy drive. So 2nd down and 7 for the Cowboys at the 30. And a handoff again. 3rd and a yard with Minka on the tackle. That might be the final play of the 3rd quarter. So it might be time to play Renegade. They're going to line up to go for it here. We'll see if they snap it. 3rd and a long 1. 3, 2, 1. No, end of the 3rd quarter. So 10-6 at the end of 3. 10-6 at the end of 3. Steelers lead. Cowboys got a 3rd and a long 1 coming up to begin the 4th. There's PNC Park, home of the Pittsburgh Pirates, who once again are not in the MLB playoffs, but that's nothing new. Pirates haven't been the Pirates in quite a number of years, to say the least. But obviously Pittsburgh was a baseball city. Steelers got good in the 70s. It turned to a football town. Hockey rolled around in the 90s. A couple Stanley Cups within the past decade again. 15 years. Obviously the Steelers have still won Super Bowls within the past 20 years as well. But yeah, the Pirates had a long drought from the early 90s to 2010, 2011, and then they had a good 5-6 year run and then sucked again, and then thought maybe, this year, the way it was playing out over the summer, all right, maybe make a run. They made moves, and then they shit the bed. So their baseball season has been over before the season's even begun the past, X amount of years. Fill in the blank. If you know, you know. But PNC Park, obviously home of the Pirates. They're showing that off. One of the, if not the nicest baseball stadium in the big leagues. Got a couple nice minor league ballparks in the franchise as well. With that being said, this game, because of Pittsburgh used to being a baseball city turning to a football town, Steelers winning Super Bowls in the 70s, 2 against the Dallas Cowboys. Here we are on Sunday Night Football, Cowboys-Steelers about to begin the 4th quarter. It's 10-6. Yeah, 2 turnovers, a blocked field goal, but no points off of it. And with everything else that's happened, they have a 4-point lead. They could be and probably should be down, but they're going to try to hold this lead, get a stop here. Pressure into a turnover, see if they can get a stop. At least force another kick. 3rd and a long 1. And they run it, get a 1st down, and yeah, this ain't Sunday Night Football anymore. It's Monday morning football. We have struck midnight, and obviously just beginning the 4th quarter because of the weather delay from earlier. Unless we would have been over, and done with this game a good 45 minutes to an hour or so ago. But, yeah. 1st and 10 Cowboys from the 22. And a run. And a big hit by Peyton Wilson. There you go. They need somebody to step up on defense. I mean, TJ can't do it all himself coming off the edge. Hayward's in the middle, Benton's in the middle, Minka's in the back end, but Atlanta Robertson linebacker with Patrick Queen, and then Peyton Wilson, Minka in the back end as mentioned. But Nick Herbig going down is big, and because you're already down Alex Highsmith. So, yeah. Like I said, I'd put Peyton Wilson on the edge right now because they need it. Prescott rolls out in the end zone, caught, touchdown. God damn it. So Dallas retakes the lead, and they finally score in the red zone rather than turn it over or, get a field goal blocked. So 12-10, extra point to come. They'll kick it because we're going to be down 3. So just getting field goal range, tied at 13, let alone take a lead, go up 17-13. But then it's, you're playing a 3-4 point game then down the stretch. Extra point up and good. So 13-10. Man, that was something you did not want to have happen. But now back in your court to make a play. So early fourth quarter, as we have just now passed midnight. It's 13-10 Cowboys. Dak Prescott has Fields at 10 of 17, 94 yards and a touchdown. That to Hayward. Prescott is 23 of 32, 297. That touchdown to Dwaddle, and then obviously the interception and the fumble himself too, that Pittsburgh defensively couldn't get any points off of. The second one I get, it was just prior to halftime, field position wasn't your favor, even with a little bit of time and timeouts. You weren't going to get anything off of it, and they didn't. But the other one on the fumble, they could have got some points out of that potentially, but no, they had to punt it right back. That's going to sting. You're down 3 late, and, something like that could have went your way. Blocked field goal just a little bit ago with momentum on your side, because you had just scored early third quarter. Get the blocked field goal, and then you can't do anything with that either. You could add points there potentially. You're still down 3, so just 13-10, 13:51 to play. Offense, they got to get a drive and score. Like I said, I'll take a field goal. Touchdown's even better, but then it's, you tied at 13. Okay. Just depending on the time, 13:51 to play, but you kick it and tie it at 13, they score. You might be able to tie it to force overtime, whether that's 16 or 20 apiece. He got wide open because Elliott fell down on the coverage. But then also if you would score and go up 17-13, they score, say 20-17, you have a chance to tie it at 20, let alone win it that way, too, at 24. You got to get points again on this drive. So we'll see what they do. The Cowboys on the kickoff, and Steelers on the return from the 1. 25-30. And they get to the 35. So, all right, that worked out. It was a good return. And, Western PA, all the Hall of Fame QBs. George Blanda, who doesn't get talked about, but it's Johnny Unitas, Joe Namath, Montana Marino, and, Jim Kelly. And then coaches, Mike Ditka, Bill Cowher, Mike McCarthy, Marvin Lewis, Chuck Knox, Marty Schottenheimer. I mean, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in general is just a football state. You have Penn State in the middle. You have the Eagles in the East and the Steelers in the West. You know, Temple, obviously, Pitt. But, yeah. That's just, that's nothing new. Or nothing you didn't already know. And then all the athletes, you know, whether they're playing football or not, passing complete. Damn. So 3rd down and 5 coming up.
His high school pictured a chance to go back home, and he got to see his mom and dad, Joe and Ellen, the rest of the family, and Cooper Rush, the backup quarterback, and Dak Prescott came along with him. A chance to see where the McCarthy family roots are.
So 3rd and 5 from the 39. See if they can convert. Fields. Is that a fumble? If so, that's a 1st down Steelers. Because Pickens recovered. Or if they say incomplete, it's 4th down and they'll punt. Fumble recovered by the offense. 1st down. Let's go. All right. They lucked the hell out there. And now replay assist rather than a challenge. It's an incomplete pass. It's almost picked off too if it was a pass rather than a fumble. So it's incomplete now, 4th and 5, and now they're going to have to punt. God damn it. Defense needs to stop. Defense needs to stop. Waitman. It'll go out of bounds around the 15. So commercial break, we'll get back to it. 13-10 with about that many minutes to play and seconds as well. But defense needs to stop. This is probably renegade time right now too, honestly. You know, defensively, you're going back out there, you got a little bit of a break. You need a spark. So we'll see if Renegade strikes again. They get a turnover. They had a pick 6 the last time they beat the Cowboys at home, coming off a Renegade. Obviously went on to win Super Bowl that year. But, man, just those potential points off turnovers they didn't get tonight, that's what's holding them back right now. But, you know, they're also lucky to be only down 3 because Dallas missed a field goal because it was blocked. There's points there. There's 2 turnovers that, you know, they could have scored drives. You know, so it could be, like I said, not 13-10. It could be way worse. And Pittsburgh's getting blown out. But it's 13-10. So, I mean, the difference for Dallas, if they're going to win, is the passing game. If Pittsburgh finds a way to win, it's going to be the rushing game. But it's also going to be because of Dallas not scoring, you know, on those 2 drives. They turn the ball over and then the blocked field goal is what it'll boil down to. We'll see, yeah, because it was 3-0, 3-3, 6-3, 10-6, and then 13-10. So just that old school, low-scoring defensive showdown. So we'll see if the defense here can get a stop and just give this team a spark, give them the momentum they just had that has now completely gone away. Like I said, you don't want to lose the momentum. Well, guess what they did? You know, they had it going into half, and oh mama, as they lost it, they're going to try to get it back. So Renegade is playing at quarter after 12 because the Steeler defense needs a stop. Obviously, this game was delayed with weather for an hour and a half, hence why we're still playing right now. But 1st and 10, Dallas. Ball deflected, batted down, incomplete, 2nd and 10. Let's keep it up. Get after him some more.
You know, it really has been, if you just look at yards in this game, a dominant performance.
Come on, defense. If not now, when are you going to get another stop? You need one. Come on, D. Benton getting his hand up. This is just a Steeler game. Like I said, they have more or less this, that, and everything. Hand off. And about a couple yards up the middle. 2nd down. Make it 3rd down with an injury. But, you know, and they're still in it. You know, they're still going to try to find a way to win here. So Zach Martin's now hurt. He's one of their main guys up front. It's like Pittsburgh losing, you know, some of who they've already lost with injuries. They'll fade to black and not play Renegade because they can't play it on injury, but they'll go to commercial, and we'll get back to it here in a little bit. But big 3rd down coming up. Probably the biggest play of the game coming up. Honestly, even though we've had everything happen that we've had happen so far, it's just they need to stop. We'll see if we can get one. We'll see. Just don't give a big play. You know, they've already done it a couple times tonight. Don't give another big play. 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6. Don't go up 6-7 yards. Just get a stop, get the ball back. Turnover would be nice. 3rd time would be a charm. Maybe score off of it. But just get the offense some momentum. You know, give them a reason to drive and score and win this game. You know, they have a running game for the most part. Not really so much the second half, but they still have a running game compared to Dallas. You know, so there's that for them. But clock management, time possession. You know, can they somehow, some way, if they get momentum back, can they work the clock? Can they run the ball when they need to? Hold a lead. You know, just once again, this is just your typical Steeler game down to the wire. But you know, they're not always pretty. You know, this is old school smash mouth, ugly football, like ugly. Like a lot of points left off the board, ugly. So, but there's obviously only going to be one team that wins, one team that loses. I thought we were going to have a tie game earlier today with the Ravens and Bengals. Obviously, Baltimore won it overtime, 41-38, but it seemed like at one point in time or another, you know, as overtime progressed and time was taken away, and, you know, you had a missed kick, and then, well, yeah, big play, but what do they do? You know, maybe there's a tie game. You know, speaking of the Bengals, they're on Sunday Football next week at the Giants. The Giants come to Pittsburgh in 3 weeks' time on Monday night. As in 2 weeks, Pittsburgh will host the Jets on Sunday night. But next week, the Steelers go to the Raiders, so be sure to tune back in. Just be sure to subscribe. From the 18, 3rd and 6 for Dallas. They'll pitch it near side. Oh, God. Big 1st down run to the 32. God damn it. They need to stop. They give them a touchdown. You're down 10 to 20-10. The game might be over. You give them only a field goal, you're down 16-10. Touchdown, okay, you're only down 6. You're down 1 score. Touchdown gives you a 1-point lead. But they got to get a stop. I'm telling you, they got to get a stop here. So 1st and 10 from the 31. And a handoff. Actually fake the give. Roll out. Pass complete in the flat. Elliott on the tackle out of bounds after a pick of about 7, maybe 8. And a 2nd and 3. Son of a bitch. Now Dallas is going to play, just run the ball, play action football. Keep the defense guessing, keep them on their heels. And, more power to them. But 2nd and 3. Come on, defense, get a stop. Yeah, they've been tonight, but they haven't broke, but now they are. The defense last week, too, couldn't get stops when they needed to, and here we go again. Late penalty comes in. And we got an injured Steeler, that's DeMarvin Leal. So we'll see what the flag is. First down, personal foul on Dallas, 15 yards, back them up, still first down though, and now injury timeout. Oh, he grabbed him, and then bent and pushed him, but then he got up in his face. Took him a minute to get up, but he got up and caught in his face. Yeah, that's probably what they called.
Still a concern for the Steelers at the moment. Is the injured player in his 3rd year out of Texas A&M, DeMarvin Leal.
And it is a concern as well from a football standpoint. We'll talk about it in a minute.
10:55 to play. 1st and 10 coming up for the Cowboys. They're going to take another break because of the injury. 13-10. Doing big dog. Okay. Lay down. What you doing?
Think about it. Turnovers, pancake lunch. Oh, I just scored. Feed me more. Refrigerator, Perry, was not a real name.
I don't think football's trying to sell you food.
Oh, really? And what are you eating? Jerry.
Rice.
Jerry's eating rice. Huh.
Gateway deals only on Uber Eats.
First and 10, Dallas up 3, 13-10, 10:50 and counting to play in this Sunday night football game. Prescott looking to throw, going deep, and it's going to be picked off. Joey Porter Jr. on the return, 20, 25, 30, 35 to the 37. There you go, another turnover. They got to capitalize off of it, though. They couldn't capitalize off the first two, let alone the blocked field goal. They got to score off of this one. Let's fucking go. Wave those towels. Here we go, Steelers. Dallas with 3 turnovers. That's terrible for them, obviously, but Pittsburgh, good coverage. And we are Penn State. See seniors celebrating. It's been chippy. This is his game. He'd be all up in your fucking face. He obviously was able to walk up the stairs. His back must not be hurting. But in the meantime, Najee Harris tossed near side for 3 to the 40. Second down, 10-20 and counting to play. They got to fucking score off of this. Let's go. Get a drive, work some clock. Like I was saying back, a little bit ago, get a stop. Another turnover, obviously, okay, they do get that, but just as we go from one Penn State defender to another on the Dallas side of things, I'll digress. 2nd and 7, Pittsburgh from the 40 here. Quarterback draw, Fields, 3rd and 2 coming up, under now 10 to play. But with after Dallas, just scored 13-10, Pittsburgh nothing, and then, get the turnover. But kick it tied at 13, okay. Score a touchdown, go up 17-13, okay. But then if it's 13 apiece, depending on the time situation, big 3rd down, they got to convert here first off. So we'll see what happens for one. Handoff, Najee Harris. Fields keeps it for himself. 1st down. Move those sticks. Move those chains. Oh, that's a bad fucking spot. How can you say he's down there? The ball's past the fucking 1st down marker. Get a fucking measurement, for God's sakes, for once. It's a 1st down. Well, Dan Moore would block. Yeah. Close as it's going to get. I mean, they are actually going to measure. I'll be damned. 9 minutes on the dot to play. So here we go with the measurement. First down. All right, so you're going to want to work this clock a little bit. But like I was saying, 13-10, okay, kick a field goal, 13-13, touchdown, 17-13. Just depending on the time situation, on how much clock you work, you want to be careful with it. You want to work some, you don't want to work too much. Because then they're still going to have a chance to, if it's 13 apiece, kick a game-winning field goal at 16. Maybe score, go up, 20 to 10 still, for that matter. But out of the empty set, 1st and 10, Fields pass, complete. Van Jefferson having a decent night tonight for about 7 yards. 2nd and short coming up again. But, 20 to, what would it be? 13 at that, or 20 to 17. And then the ball's in your court to, like I said, still potentially tie to force overtime or even, win it yourself. It all just, it's going to depend on the situation with the time. We'll see how it plays out, but they got to get fucking points off this turnover, though, regardless. So 2nd and 2 from the 45. And they'll toss Najee Harris far side. And he's going to be short. Be 3rd and, 1. 3rd, about a half yard, maybe.
It's
It's ugly. Just old school football. One up front and turnovers, like I said at the start. And Dallas with 3 turnovers is what's costing them. Fake the give, roll out. Fields dumps it off. Oh. Incomplete, intent for Hayward. He had it and dropped it again, just like he did earlier. And where are they at? 4th and a yard. They going to go for it? I mean, he's sort of, you do, but you don't. But you might not get the ball back if they go on a drive. You know, and you're, you know, still a little ways away from kicking a field goal. So, timeout. Pittsburgh. Play clock was winding down, but 4th and a yard. Maybe they didn't like how Dallas was lined up, but let alone maybe they just didn't like the play call they called and want to change it. 4th and a yard. Whatever you do, don't go deep. Okay? If you're going to run it, okay. We'll see who's more physical up front. Roll out, maybe. This is every fucking week with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, it's who they are. This is their identity. It's going to be just run the ball, defense, special teams, down to the wire, and they're either winning or losing. There's no in between. Yeah, it's situational football. It depends on the situation. It's all hypotheticals, you know, until it happens, obviously. But yeah, it just depends on the situation. There's a look for you from the booth. 4th and 1, and they'll line up out of the gun now rather than up under center. They'll go for it, run a draw, Najee Harris, first down. Now wind this clock. If you can fucking drain, I get Dallas has 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. They're probably going to get the ball back. But if you can drain this clock to, you know, somehow, some way under 2 minutes with, you know, half the field only to work with, and just keep getting first downs and first downs and first downs, you know, 1, 2, 3 plays, 1, 2, 3 plays, then by all means do it. Fields taking a shot near side. Ooh, Jefferson incomplete. Where's Pickens at? Seriously, where's the middle of the field of the tight end at? Incomplete, 2nd and 10. Yeah, I don't mind taking a shot there. I mean, you just got a 4th down conversion and got a first down to work with. Fryermuth in motion. 2nd and 10, Pittsburgh from the 43. Fields looking to throw again. Going to step up. High but complete. That's Rodney Williams. Or Brandon Johnson, sorry, not 87, 89. And they just activated him off the practice squad recently. So, all right. At least somebody's fucking stepping up wide receiver. So 3rd and what, 2? 3rd and a long 1. See if they can convert again. Come on, let's go. Dump it off to him. Fucking Wheelwright is wide open. And then Pickens on the catch and run. First down. There's a flag on the play, though. And it might be coming back. Najee, I said he was wide open on the wheel route far side. How did he not see him? He didn't even look his way. That's how he didn't see him. Oh my God, that's a fucking walk-in touchdown. What's the penalty? A 21-yard reception. 2 fouls. Both on the defense. Decline them fucking both. First down. Personal foul. Maybe tack that 15 yards on. Half the distance, first down. Let's go. There you go. All right. Run the ball. Run the ball. Oh, the late hit was, okay, that out of bounds after the catch and run. The other one was declined, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, penalties and turnovers are hurting the Cowboys. Pittsburgh, well, penalties are hurting them. Not capitalizing off turnovers, hurting them as well. But here they go. First and goal at the 6.5-yard line. Looking to let on tie this game up, retake the lead. Najee Harris on the run for about a yard, maybe two. Just don't turn it over. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot. And now more pushing and shoving. This game's getting real fucking chippy. We got to fight. Why aren't you fucking showing it? Come on. So the refs just letting them do what they want. They're calling the penalties, but the pushing and shoving, you can do whatever the fuck you want tonight. This is 1970. So second and goal from the 6 still. Naj out of the backfield motion. They run a shuffle pass over the middle. Freiermuth, touchdown. With 4:56 to play. Freiermuth, his first receiving touchdown of the year. 16-13. Extra point to come, which is going to be a big extra point. Make it, you're up 4. They get a touchdown to retake the lead. Miss it, you're only up 3. Field goal ties it. But 4:56, 2 timeouts on your end, 3 for theirs, 2-minute warning. You still might get the ball back, regardless of what they do to, try to win it yourself, or at least tie to force overtime if you can't get a stop. But at the same point in time, you might not be able to. Boswell's extra point up and good. So 17-13 Steelers with 4:56 to play. Yeah, they pulled him. And as Naj went in motion, Freiermuth came across. And just, I'm not blocking you, I'm going to block ahead. And that block helped out, and he gets in, touchdown. There you go. They just play better this way, man. They do it to themselves. They give all of us fucking heart attacks, but they do it to themselves. And they, even with that, they just, it's who they are. They and if that's the case, then so be it. Just win. Just the way they play. Also, they're saying, missed penalty. Trying to fucking take the touchdown off the board, or are they going anything else to fucking talk about? It's a fucking run play on a shuffle pass up the middle. What the fuck are they supposed to do? I mean, seriously. We'll update stats when we go final. 4:56 to play. 17-13 Steelers. Cowboys getting the ball back. Steeler defense needs another stop. How about another turnover? Why not? You already got 3 of them. You finally fucking scored off one. You might be up more if you, had already, scored off the others. Let alone you might be getting blown out if Dallas doesn't turn the ball over. And let alone miss a field goal because it was blocked. Because that's 3 points right now. That's a 1-point game. That's 3 turnovers, 7 points, nothing on the other 2, but maybe they, score, maybe Pittsburgh, gets some off of it, but it's where we stand at right now, 17-13. We'll see if this defense bends with a break. If they can get pressure on Dak. It's been a while since they sacked him, I might add, so they're due. Strip sack fumble, another interception after pressure. Just get a fucking stop, defense. Bend, but don't break. get a stop and win this game. Hand off on a draw, and they'll get a first down. You know, just like I said, with the time still too, you'd hope for them to still get the ball back. You would. You truly would. Got questionable injuries with guys coming back. Gonna have a flag on the play. Maybe too many on defense. Beanie Bishop was running off before the flag. Timeout. So the Steelers call another timeout. They'll have one left with 3:57 to play, plus 2-minute warning, but just the timeout on 4th and a yard. Okay, they still got it. Score on the drive. That I'll do away with that timeout. This timeout, though, hopefully doesn't come back to bite them in the ass. Yeah, they did have 12. Okay. Just, that's stupid. You know, you can't have that happen, but shit happens. Just hopefully, yeah, they don't need that timeout later. But yeah, like I said, hopefully they can still have some time to potentially get the ball back if Dallas does score. Because they're down 3. If they do score 20-17, field goal to tie to force overtime, let's play the fucking morning at this rate. And then 1st and 10, handoff for a yard or two, 2nd down. But even if you'd score a touchdown, you know, somehow win at 23, 24-20 if they would score, if you get the ball back. But it'd be nice just keep it 17-13 and get a fucking stop, get a turnover, take a knee, you know, if you can get under 2 minutes and make them burn their timeouts. Just a couple big plays coming up here. 2nd and 10, ball at the 43. And Prescott pass, C.D. Lamb near side, his first catch in quite a while. Yeah, there was some tension with those two on the sideline earlier, and just whether they were bitching, complaining about this or that, you know, they still got to, you know, gel as an offense. This defense is going to make a stop. That wasn't 1st down. So 3rd and 1. Come on, defense, get a stop. They run a toss, and did Zeke get enough for a 1st down? Just maybe. Patrick Queen tripped them up, and then Watt and Roberts were there at the marker. They say 1st and 10. I don't know. They say 1st down anyway, so 2:40 and counting to play. And credit to Dallas, they're going to work this clock if they can. Hayward with pressure, but Dak gets rid of it with Joey Porter on the coverage. Complete to Tolbert. Dallas might take it 2nd down and short here to the 2-minute warning, down 4. They might be playing Renegade again. So 2nd and 3 from the 40. They will snap it, actually. Handoff on a draw, so they'll have a 1st and 10 at the 33 with 2 minutes to play and 3 timeouts in their pocket. Pittsburgh got 4, 17-13 with the 2 minutes to play and only 1 timeout in theirs. Like I said, I'd be playing Renegade again. I would. They're not going to take a 2-minute timeout commercial. They're not taking a break. So like I said, this defense needs a stop. Because Dallas, with Pittsburgh only having 1 timeout now, with this 2-minute warning, run the ball, work clock. They're going to drain this clock and hope to score and fucking win it with no time left, and Pittsburgh ain't getting the ball back. Yeah, now the difference in this game is Dallas is running the football when they need to. This defense needs a stop. This defense needs a stop.
Not only did he have to sort of lean and dive to catch it, he also had to spin on his back because if he lands on top of that football, it's probably going to bobble a bit. Not be able to hang on to it. Watch him here not only make the catch, but then spin and slide on his back so that thing remains secure throughout. A big-time play right there.
17-13, 2 minutes to play. Dallas has a 1st and 10. Ball to 33. Remember, they already missed a field goal. They would only need a field goal to win it, you know, if they drain the clock. But not a touchdown. They run it, maybe a yard, maybe 2, a yard, 2nd and 9. So Steelers with 1 timeout. We'll see if they call it or not. Just try to stop the clock. I mean, it really ain't going to do much for them. You know, you don't want to give Dallas a chance when, you know, you can't really do much about it anyway. So you just let it do what it's going to do. From the 32, Prescott looking to throw, dump off over the middle, incomplete. 3rd and 9. Get another stop. Come on, defense. They're getting to him on pressure. This is the big play of the game right now for the defense. Get after him. Get after him. Another turnover would be awesome. I mean, you'd probably still have to get a 1st down, though, because they have 3 timeouts. But 3rd and 9 in the meantime. Come on, defense. Prescott. Pass complete. Missed tackle. 1st down. Cowboys at the 21. God damn. And like I said, remember, they missed a field goal because Pittsburgh blocked it. Or else they don't need a field goal right here to win it, not need a touchdown. Steelers are going to need a goal line stand, really, to win this game. From the 22, 1st and 10. With a minute to play. Watt dumps it off. Or Prescott dumps it off as Watt hit him. But now they've got a 1st and goal inside the 5. 52 seconds. Son of a bitch. Just how? I'll tell you how. They didn't fucking score off the turnovers they, you know, got early in this game. And that's right now the difference in this game. Let alone the blocked field goal. Scored off the other one, you know, to go up what they are now, but Dak laughing at TJ laughing back. Hey, I got rid of it just a little bit before. So 1st and goal, Cowboys, the 4. I don't think you'd want them or let them to score, allow them to. No way. You know, you want to get a stop because then you allow them to score, you might not do anything on offense, and then you're going to lose when you can try to still get a stop here. Because even though you need a field goal to tie, touchdown to win, 1st and goal at the 4. Prescott out of the gun. They'll fake the run. Prescott rolls out. Going to tuck it. No, he didn't get in. He's down to 1. But he got out of bounds, so the clock stops with 46 seconds. Minka pushing him out. He's down to 1. Yeah, half-yard line. What is it, 2nd and goal now? Yeah, if he would have reached and then it comes loose, it's a touchback, and yeah, he's short. Yeah, Roberts would have been right there to pick it up. He's short. Yeah, he's short. So that's the delay right now. They're looking at the previous play. It's under further review. As we've hit about the 3-hour mark in the game after it started. But remember, we had a hour and 45-minute weather delay to begin this thing. So that's why it's almost 1 o'clock. We're still playing. So second goal coming up. 47 seconds, they reset it. All right, they're checking about a 10-second runoff with the timeout. But. So second and goal, 1.5 yard line. Mike McCarthy's making sure he's got players reporting as eligible. You don't want something screwy like that happening. They do take the 10-second runoff rather than call a timeout. So 37 seconds rather than 47 seconds. So his signal rather than the snap. So they'll wind it. Okay. So it's second goal Cowboys from the 1 yard line. Right inside the 1.5 yard line, yeah. That's where the ball's at. And they'll run out of the eye. Watch a play action. They'll run it. And no, fumble. Prescott got it. Oh, my. Boom, in midair. That's LeVar-like. And then, who was that? Killebrew almost on the recovery. Boom. Yeah, Killebrew almost had the recovery. Do whatever you got to do. Make a stop. So third and goal, Cowboys at the 4 now with 30 seconds. They called a timeout. So both teams have 1. Come on, defense. Dak looking to throw. That's a hold. Incomplete in the end zone. And fourth and goal from the 4. They got to go for it rather than kick it. Because remember, once again, the Steelers blocked a field goal, or else the Cowboys will only need a field goal right now to take the lead. 26 seconds and potentially your ball game. Come on, D. We'll probably have back and forth timeouts here with the third and finals by both teams just to make sure they're set. The fuck, NBC? TV just fucking froze. There we go. All right. I was going to say, don't fucking shoot me now. Timeout, Cowboys. That was a close fumble, man. Another turnover. Oh, so close. Yeah. Boom. The fuck, NBC? Come on. Freezing up. Is anybody else having this happen to them too? Come on, D. Come on, defense. Fourth and goal from the 4. Steelers have their third and final timeout if they want to use it. And they will call it. Come on, let's go. Come on, D.
Chris and I look ahead to the Bengals and Giants, and maybe we'll have the morning weather and traffic. It's all coming up right after the game on the Chevrolet postgame game delayed an hour and a half or so because of storms that came through. Look at this place. So many fans still there.
Need to stop. Just need to stop. Come on. 4th and goal. Prescott in the gun. Looking to throw. And it's going to be caught. Touchdown, Dallas. God damn it. You gotta be joking. "20 seconds. They're going to have a chance to go kick a game-tying field goal to force overtime, let alone touchdown to win it. But the Cowboys just went on a 15-play touchdown drive to take a lead. Yeah, that'd be nice. Steelers jump. It's offside. You go for 2 and go up 4. They force them to make a touchdown to win it rather than a field goal to tie. But then if you don't get it, Steelers 20 seconds, field goal can win it for you still, 20-19. Offside, yeah. Yeah. Okay, 15 to the 10. They're going to kick it still rather than, so it'd be a 28-yard extra point rather than, still maybe line up to go for 2. This game's been fucking crazy. And the Steelers jump off sides again. And ref just went over and told Tomlin, tell your guys to quit jumping off sides. Offside on the Steelers again. 5 yards. They'll move it closer. Yeah, warning. Be an unsportsmanlike conduct if they do it again. Oh, almost blocked it. Extra points up and good. 20-17. Steelers gonna get the ball back, but 20 seconds and no timeouts. Field goal to tie to force overtime, touchdown to win. We'll update final stats and scores and recap this game. Yeah, they ran a pick route over the middle, and Sean Elliott doesn't wrap him up until he already caught it in the end zone. So. You got to use the sideline. How about a return? How about that? But no, they got to use the sideline. Get the hell out of bounds. Clock's going to stop. Just all the fucking gas gone. All the air has been let out. So Dallas does kick it, but clock's going to tick with the return. So they'll have 15 seconds from the 20-yard line to get in field goal range, let alone touchdown to win it with no timeouts. So they do get the ball back, but it's with next to nothing. So, get the hell out of bounds. Yeah, balls better be fucking ready, not warming up on the sideline. And obviously, you gotta get up there and spike it too if it comes down to it. Fields. Down the middle. It's incomplete, almost picked off with 7 seconds. So now you probably got one play and you're playing hook and ladder. Man. Quick pass, Pickens, 3, 2, 1. They play hook and ladder. Siamalu catches it. Fields has it. Going the wrong fucking way. Freiermuth laterals it again. Game's over. Cowboys beat the Steelers 20-17 on Sunday night. Monday morning football as it's officially 1 a.m. and this game has just now concluded. And both teams are now 3-2. Post-game handshakes. Steelers still haven't beat the Cowboys at home since 2008. Yeah, both are 3-2. It's a crossover AFC NFC game. Pittsburgh will get the Giants at home out of the NFC East on Monday Night Football at the end of the month. But then after that, with a bye week in between, they'll go to Washington, and then they'll go to Philly a little bit before Christmas. So as they play the AFC West, they also play the NFC East. They lose the Cowboys here tonight. Sunday night, Monday morning football, 20-17 your final score. With a game-winning touchdown for the boys with 20 seconds left. And they're 3-2. 3 wins. Beating Atlanta. Denver, both by 1 score. Beat the Chargers by 10. And then back-to-back 3-point losses. And what was it that did them in last week was penalties and turnovers. Turnovers on their end that, they could have got points out of. Tonight, yeah, it was a little bit more of penalties and turnovers, not so much of the penalties. Dallas ended up with more. But Dallas ran the ball in the second half when they needed to. Dallas, even with fucking 3 turnovers and a blocked field goal, still wins by 3. So it's the turnovers tonight for the Steelers that they got defensively that they couldn't capitalize off of on offense. On why they're, going to end up losing 20-17 your final score. It could have been a hell of a lot worse for them. But it was the game that they arguably probably should have won again. They're 3-2, very well could be 4-1, 5-0. But reap what you sow. They get the stops, they get the turnovers on defense, they get a blocked field goal. The first 2 turnovers, the fumble and the interception in the first half, no points off of. Blocked field goal, no points off of. They lose by 3, even though they did score off the other interception. That was Joey Porter's in the fourth quarter there. Talk about just one of those games, still down to the wire, typical Steeler game, but just one of those games that was like, you just didn't know what the hell was going to happen. Just this chaos is crazy. It's just been one of those weekends in football, though. I said it at the start, football. Look at what happened in college football. Look what happened in the NFL this week 5 and 6. So, just crazy, but there's still a lot left. There's still a lot of football to be played. Yeah, it's one you'd like to have for sure. Yeah, this one's going to sting. At the same point in time, it's not going to get any easier. You still got to move on. Now you're going to have a short week, and now you got to travel across country. Hopefully they don't have any issues with the plane going or coming home from Vegas like they did last year on a Sunday night. And 5 hours from when this game was supposed to start to when it gets over, you have an hour and 45-minute weather delay, and then it goes like 3:15 in full time with the first, second, third, and fourth quarters with all the commercial breaks and halftime and just everything, a typical game has. This one's gonna hurt even and sting a hell of a lot worse than the loss last week, that's for sure. Because it's a 3-point loss again. It's like I said, one that they probably should have had. And you go back to the turnovers last week that killed them. You go back to the turnovers tonight that they couldn't get points off of, and you lose by 3 in both games. Yeah, Dallas probably should have blew them out, to be honest with you, because they shot themselves in the foot, but then they found a way to win, when it was all said and done. So, you got to give them credit. You do. I'm not going to sit here and fucking bullshit you and say, well, this and that. No. Yeah, they ran the ball in the second half. So that's something they couldn't do in the first half. And then it was a tale of two halves in that game, running game specifically, because Pittsburgh ran the ball in the first half but couldn't run the ball in the second half. But they passed it better in the second half. Fields got hurt, was out like 2 plays. Kyle Allen came in, they ended up scoring on the drive anyway, even though Kyle Allen's pass to Pat Freiermuth was good for 20 yards. And then Fields' 2 passing touchdowns, one to Connor Hayward, and then the other to Freiermuth on a shuffle over the middle. And yeah, just still obviously not enough. No shit. 17 points ain't gonna cut it, every time. They scored, 18 week 1, 13 week 2, 20 week 3, 24 last week, and the loss has been their most points they've scored in one game, 17 tonight. 3-2, yeah, probably should be 4-1, 5-0, 2 losses by 3 points apiece each. Just frustrating. That's a tough loss. That's going to sting. And now next week, you knew you're going to be on a short week to begin with, from playing Sunday night, and then you got to go out west to take on the Raiders next Sunday afternoon at 4. So with the travel and then an earlier kick the following week, but now even a shorter week because of when this game gets over with. Yeah, you're home. You're not going to have to travel. Dallas plays Detroit next week at the same time. That should be a damn good game. But it's just tough. But tough shit. What can you do? We're not coaching. We're not playing. It's just how the game played out. And like I said, you got to give the Cowboys credit. We'll see what Tomlin has to say in his post-game presser, but man, I don't know what I was fucking saying. I don't. That's just shit like this leaves you speechless. It's just what it is, though. At the end of the day, you win some, you lose some. So yeah, Cowboys beat the Steelers 20-17. They now lead the all-time series 18-16, and they flip-flopped, wins and losses back and forth every meeting. It's like the road team wins as of late. And, you know, it doesn't fail with this game once again being a one-score game, as everyone has since the millennium, since the turn of the century. I mean, we had to wait for it to start. Gets over late, but a damn good game, you know. We've had some damn good football this weekend. That's just the gift that keeps on giving in football, you know. Especially college yesterday and the NFL today. Obviously no W for the second consecutive week for the black and gold, but blue and white are still undefeated. And there's no long pause and for now and fill in the blank after that. I feel confident about next week for both teams going out west. Probably more so for the team that played tonight compared to the one that played yesterday, but that would be the but to that if you didn't pick up on that. But typical Steeler game, obviously, we've seen it time and time again. They're going to play their game and make, whoever they're playing play their game and hope to win it. And that's just old school smash mouth football, run it, defense making stops for you, and relying on special teams. They got the turnovers. They only got 7 points off of 3 turnovers on blocked field goal, though, and they lose by 3. That's the difference when it's all said and done. Because you could have had a couple more points. It could have been the difference in whether you won it rather than lost it. And guess what? We're going to see the same damn thing next week. We saw the same thing when they played at the Raiders last year. Saw the same thing the year prior when they played the Raiders, just prior to Christmas, on Christmas Eve, and in years past. Like in back-to-back weeks, they're playing arguably their 2 biggest rivals, the Dallas Cowboys and the Silver and Black Raiders. Whether they're in Oakland, LA, back in Oakland, or now in Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. So, man. Turnovers. Yeah, like I said at the start, it was going to be the difference on whether you won or lost this game. As it was one up front, Pittsburgh was able to run the ball in the first half, not so much in the second half. Dallas, not so much in the first half, but yes, in the second half. They had 2 touchdown drives in the second half, turned the ball over, in the red zone, early. Could add points there, could add points on the blocked field goal. So they left points off the board, and they win by 3. Like I said, could have been a blowout. But Pittsburgh, made them play their game. They hung in there, got it to the fourth quarter, down to the wire finish again. But rather than turnovers determining the outcome of this game on whether you won or lost with getting the turnovers, it was turnovers in that regard of, well, you got them, but you couldn't score off of them. And that's why Pittsburgh lost. Even though Dallas turned the ball over 3 times. Prescott had 2 picks, had a fumble. They missed a field goal because it was blocked. Remember, Dallas could have kicked a field goal late rather than, scoring a touchdown to win it. But they didn't have the field goal from earlier, so they had to score a touchdown, and then they did. So the Steeler defense, yeah, they bent. They didn't break for a while, and then on the last drive they broke. That's 2 straight weeks, and they lose by 3. And they lost because of turnovers in those 2 games. At the Colts and here tonight against the Cowboys. Turnovers. Last week they turned it over, lost by 3. Tonight they didn't turn it over, but couldn't capitalize off turnovers, and they lose by 3. So, just what's new? So that's the overall difference in this game. Them not being able to capitalize off turnovers. When Dallas could have had a shit ton more points, but they didn't. Pittsburgh couldn't capitalize off their mistakes, and they lose by 3. Prescott was 29 of 42, 352, sacked twice with his 2 interceptions. 1 prior to halftime that I wasn't expecting points off of. The fumble, yes, The blocked field goal, yes, but still nothing there. The other interception, they did get the touchdown to go up 17-13, but then they give up that long touchdown drive. 15 plays in about 5 minutes with 20 seconds left to win it, and then the Steelers have to play hook and ladder, and game's over. So Dak Prescott, 29 of 42, 352, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, 2 interceptions, but the game-winning touchdown pass. Dwaddle had 20 carries, 87 yards. Zeke 6 of 17. Jalen Tolbert with the game-winning score led the team in receiving, 7 catches, 87 yards, and a touchdown. Ferguson was 6 of 70. CeeDee Lamb had 5 catches, 62 yards. Turpin 4 of 50. Dwaddle had both. Tolbert had the 1 touchdown. Dwaddle had the other receiving touchdown, but he had over 100 total yards because he had 2 catches, 27 yards. And the first score to go up, 13-10, because they were down 10-6. So there's balance there in the receiving game. Dak got it out and got touches to everybody. Lupke even had a catch for 18 yards, and Jalen Brooks 1 for 10. Schoonmaker catch for 8. Eric Kendricks had 10 total tackles. Aubrey, 8 points and a 3-point win. 2 of 2 on his extra points, 2 of 3 on his field goals. He had 1 blocked. Maybe he misses another one. You're still tied at 17 there. We're still playing, hypothetically. But Fields was 15 of 27, only 131 yards, 2 touchdowns. Yes, sacked 3 times. He's got to get better at that. Kyle Allen came in for a play in the early third quarter drive, coming out of half, because Fields went out for 2 plays because of a potential injury that the NFL wanted to look at, but he came back in, led him to the touchdown drive. Connor Hayward touchdown from 16 yards out, but Kyle Allen was 1 of 1, 19 yards to Pat Freiermuth on that drive as they ran it on the previous play. Najee Harris, 14 carries, 42 yards. Fields, 6 of 27. Aaron Shampling, 4 of 14. Jonathan Ward, 2 of 9. So they had 26 carries, 92 yards as a team. And 134 yards passing. So do the math. They didn't even have fucking 300 total yards when Dak threw for 352, for God's sakes, and they had almost 100 rushing yards. I'm not necessarily saying Dallas got lucky, but they got lucky in, instances here and there, even with the turnovers, because Pittsburgh just couldn't capitalize. Pittsburgh capitalizes off of a couple of turnovers. It might be the other way. It probably would be the other way, and the Steelers are winning rather than losing this evening. But yeah, like Najee had 14 carries, 42 yards, led the team in receiving with 2 catches, 35 yards. Normally I'll say you have a problem when your starting quarterback leads the team in rushing, which is true. But then you also have a problem when your starting fucking running back leads the team in receiving, for God's sakes. Yeah, Van Jefferson had 3 catches, 26 yards. Pickens is the same stat line. Connor Hayward, 2 of 23 in the touchdown. Freiermuth, 3 of 22 in the touchdown. But man, they need somebody to step up at fucking wide receiver, and there needs to be more yardage. Like Fields, 131 yards. Yeah, 2 touchdowns. I mean, they're all close distance. I mean, points are points. You take them. I'm not saying that. It's just the stats don't lie. They don't. I mean, we wouldn't be talking about that if they would have won, but because the offense couldn't capitalize off the defense turnovers, well, backtrack and there you go. We'll talk about it. Brandon Johnson, number 89 in his first game as a Steeler, catch for 9 yards. Calvin Austin, 1 for 6. Darnell Washington, 1 for 5. They're technically going to say Zach Frazier had 2 negative 2 receiving yards because of that last play, I guess. That's just what it has in the stats. Minka had 10 total tackles. Patrick Queen, Deshaun Elliott, Peyton Wilson with 9, TJ Watt with 8. Watt had 1.5 sacks. Nick Herbig, hopefully he's okay, has a half a sack. They had 3 tackles for loss, 2 total sacks. Dante Jackson, Joey Porter had interception. Boswell, 5 points, 2 extra points, and this field goal from 41. But the story in this game is with Pittsburgh losing by 3, not being able to capitalize off of officially 3 turnovers and a blocked field goal, even though they capitalized off of the 1 turnover. So technically, not being able to capitalize off of 2 turnovers in the first half and a blocked field goal is why they lose by 3 tonight, along with not being able to run the ball in the second half when Dallas was able to. 25 first downs for the Cowboys compared to the Steelers, 17. Dallas was 9 of 15 on third down. The Steelers, another reason, 3 of 12 on third down. Even though they were 2 of 2 on fourth down, Dallas 1 of 1 as well. They ran 75 plays, did the Dallas Cowboys compared to the Steelers. Hines, 57. 445 total yards compared to the Steelers, 226. Even though they had one more drive, they had almost, a good 200 plus, 225, 220, less yards, for God's sakes. 336 to 134 passing, 109 to 92 rushing. 19 penalties tonight total. 11 for 87 for the Cowboys and 8 for 50 yards against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And they didn't win time of possession either. Technically, they're going to have a turnover against them. That last turnover on the last play of the game, just with hook and ladder, Dallas recovered it. But 3 turnovers to the Cowboys. They capitalized off the 1, but not the previous 2, not the blocked field goal. And that's why they're going to lose. And they, didn't control the clock. Dallas 32-29 because of the running game in the second half to 29-31. Or 27-31, excuse me. We didn't play an extra couple minutes. Even though the Steelers, if they would have gotten field goal range, kicked it, tie it, we go to overtime, who knows what happens. But in regulation, from start to finish, from the game being delayed to kicking off to the first half, the halftime to the second half, just flat out didn't do enough tonight to win. And the black and gold lose by 3, 20-17 here this evening against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. Now officially Monday morning as I wrap up. It's almost 1:30 a.m. 20-17, your final score. The Steelers will be at the Raiders next Sunday afternoon. So be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube. Then the live play-by-play watch-along reactions, but in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So thanks for tuning in and watching and being patient this evening with the game playing out from the delay and then actually being played tonight rather than being postponed because of the weather. But thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And we'll see if the Steelers can clean up the turnovers and capitalize off of turnovers into the future. Because right now, that's what, even in whether it's a one-score game or not, and knowing it's going to be that way regardless, that's why they're either winning or losing. They started 3-0, now they're 3-2 because of just that. Turning the ball over last week, they lose by 3. Didn't turn the ball over tonight, but couldn't capitalize off turnovers, and they still lose by 3. So we'll see what the future holds, but this is the first of 3 primetime games this month, and all at home. Tonight against the Cowboys, they go to the Raiders next Sunday at 4 o'clock. So it'll be a 1 o'clock local kick in Vegas. But then they get the Jets on Sunday night in 2 weeks, and they get the Giants at home as well on Monday Night Football just prior to Halloween, and then they go on a bye. So we'll see how they play moving forward, and I'll leave it at that. But just right now, the main topic is turnovers with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whether that's turning it over or not being able to capitalize off the turnovers. With 3 wins, by 1 score or less than 10 points, and then 2 back-to-back losses because of turnovers. So Cowboys beat the Steelers on Sunday Night Football, 20-17 your final score. Thanks for tuning in and watching, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media if you haven't done so already. Links in the description below.